Yeah, good morning, everybody. Lorianne must be nuts. Yeah, I'm rolling a joint. This is what I call an after dinner mint or after breakfast mint. Dinner can be served any time of day. It's always dinner time for me. Hey, Lorianne, St. Lawrence University, they run horses. They've been doing it forever. They have their own stable. So you go to Canton, New York, you go to St. Lawrence University, and they have a place where you can go and ride horses. My dad actually grew up on a farm. I didn't really grow up on a farm, but I was always there. Dad's uncle ran a sawmill. My father's side of the family are a bunch of carpenters and masons and farmers. Things you have to do to survive in life. I got my breakfast in me. I fucker. And the sky started to bright. And I thought, oh my God, somebody is dropping nukes. They've already started dropping nuclear weapons somewhere. And those must be, the Russians must be getting on bases in Spain. That's what I thought I saw. And I get on the radio and I call the number 2 guy. We usually put in 2 different cells. I call number 2 and I said, and I think the co-pilot, or not the pilot. Anyway, I called him. I said, you see what I see out front? He said, yes, I do. And I said, you heard anything on the radio? Because we should have been getting a message saying, strike the target. He said, I haven't heard that. And about that time, is undertaken. Comes a full moon. It was a full moon. And but it was undercast below us. All I could see was this light. I've never felt so relieved in my life when I saw that it was a moon. I'll tell you, I was terrified. I was terrified when I saw that moon before I knew it was a moon. And that skylighting, that's when it shouldn't have been lighting up. I just knew that World War III had kicked off. You know, I don't remember, except for the Cuban Missile Crisis, that was very stressful. But the rest of the time, even on the airborne words, I don't remember it being that stressful, except, like I said, 9 degrees sometimes during weather and having to get to fuel at night, and landing at night and weather maybe problem. Other than that, I didn't sense it so much. But I did sense it years later in my civilian job. And when I worked for United Way, we had a campaign, and there was a dollar goal set. And at the end of the last week of the campaign, trying to reach this dollar goal, everybody, all my coworkers would be so stressed out. And I thought, what is the big deal here? You know, so what if we don't make this goal? What's up? What? And to them, this was like that. And then it dawned on me. It finally dawned on me. I thought, you know what? This is probably the most pressure they've ever been under in their lives. Is this? And I thought, oh, wow, what a way to go through life. And I told them this. I said, you know what pressure is? How about being a 30-year-old aircraft commander of a B-52 with nuclear weapons on board, and you got a problem. You got a real big problem. That's pressure. And so at the time, to answer your question, at the time, I didn't really think, except for those exceptions I mentioned, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, the others. But it wasn't until years later that I looked back on it and I thought, hey, that was some pressure I was under at that time. But I don't recall it now as being that great.
The city is awake and headed for work. Most of the occupants of these cars know that when 5 o'clock rolls around, they can head for home. Most of them. But a few, like the man in this car, will have to work a little longer. Maybe by noon tomorrow this job will be done. Maybe. But no one, especially him, will lay bets on that. And he wouldn't have it any other way. This is Major Paul Dobbins, U.S. Air Force. His title is easy to remember. Commander of a B-52G missile bomber, codenamed Buzzsaw 48. His job is to keep the peace. That's all, just keep the peace. He and the other 260,000 men of the Strategic Air Command, along with other members of the U.S. Armed Forces. But they don't think of it as just a job. To them, peace is their profession. Their B-52s represent a shield behind which a nation may work, pray, and sleep undisturbed. To ensure peace, SAP keeps in fighting trim, making sure it remains too tough to tackle. Airplanes get their pre-flight checks. Now the crew of Buzzsaw 48 joins other crews for this mission at a pre-date. Last-minute changes in weather, air routes, and even world politics could affect their flight plans. Each crewman has known all other details concerning the mission since crew briefings yesterday. These men are preparing for a mission unique in military history. The bombers they man will be an airborne force that will patrol the skies for 24 hours. In their bomb bays and under their wings, there will be more potential destructive power than that expended in all wars fought since time began. A force poised and alert, ready to leap into action at the first warning that an enemy's missiles or
Yeah. Hey, Alpesh, I've been looking at your chat this morning. You don't even have a kitchen table with chairs. You don't have shit. You're in a new apartment, but you don't have any furniture. You don't even have a kitchen table to sit at. All you have is that office chair and whatever you're fucking sitting at with your computer. You sleep on a couch. You don't even have a fucking bed. Oh, by the way, I unblocked everybody. Nobody's on the ban list. All you fucking clones, I unfucking banned you if I banned you. Just to shut you the fuck up. I don't really like barking orders or anything like that. But to those who have wrenches in here and you're in here, just time them out for 24 hours. No need in banning them. Just time them out. If it annoys you and you don't want to see them on the screen since you can't block them, just time them out. I'm not going to untime anybody unless it's something special like Wiggin, because it's Troll Wiggin Day. It's open season on Wiggin. It's open season on Wiggin and all his fucking sycophants like you, Charlie. I should fucking time you out right now, Charlie. You don't belong in here, Charlie. You really don't. You're a mouthy fucker, Charlie. That's why you got your teeth knocked out. I got a scar right there. Probably can't see it. And then I got punched in the face and my tooth went through my lip right there. Dark Knight. What a fucking... You're so stupid. Jarl's not king. He's king of crying. He's king of the crying, blood-ass crybabies. Dark Knight. Ooh, Dark Knight. So which one are you? Are you Jeff? Which of you guys fucking like to pretend you're Batman? Huh? Say goodbye, Charlie. Say goodbye, fucking Dark Knight. Bye. See you later. It's all you get today. It's all you get. Go open your own chat, Charlie. I timed you out for 24 hours, Charlie. I doubt anybody's going to untime you. You have no voice here, Charlie. You've worn your welcome out with me, Charlie. I don't like you. And I have that right. I don't have to like you. Where's your buddy DA? Huh? He doesn't like getting timed out, does he, Charlie? Hey, you think you're a troll, Charlie? You think you're accomplishing something out here? You're not coming up here, Charlie. I don't want you on my panel, Charlie. I really don't. I'm fucking sick of you, Charlie. I really am. So say goodbye. You have no meaning to me, Charlie. I don't care. Just fucking go your own way, Charlie. Just go your own way. Go back to Vegas where you belong. It's all you have. Vegas and JC's chat and Wiggins chat. Oh, here we go. Here we got the Hayden one. We're going to get Billy Hayden. Okay, Jarl. Okay, Jarl. You know, Tom Carlisle, you are one dumb motherfucker. At one time, I supported you. When we first started out, I actually supported you. No more. Look what's happened. I support Rusty. I don't care what she's done. I don't care if she helped JC with. JC did that on her own. Otherwise, I would have never gave Rusty a wrench when I first started. I didn't do that just to piss you off. I did that to actually help her out, and it did help her out. You're just going to get timed out. You get one post and you get timed out and nobody sees it except me. And maybe a couple of blue wrenches if they're looking. They might be sleeping. I will never recognize Jaro Wiggin, Tom Carlo, as a king. He is not a king. He's not my king. I don't worship a man. I don't worship men. Fuck, I barely worship Jesus. I just live my life. Seek ye first the kingdom of God. I found God a long time ago. Oh, really? Oh, poor Paul Beach Life. Are you triggered, Paul? What's the matter, Paul? Poor Paul Beach Life is all triggered. They're all triggered. Jaro Wiggin can't do anything. He admitted it. He can't keep up with me. Where's his friend Kelja at? Who is really Kelja? Like, I give a fuck. Bottom line is, Tom Carlisle is mad. According to yesterday, he's done streaming. Are you done streaming? Tom Carlisle, are you done going live? Are you done playing this game? Are you done trying to be king of people who don't want you to be their king? I mean, you got Colin C, you got Charlie. Who else you got over there? Fucking sucking your ass. Paul Beach Life. JC. Randy. I'm just going to time your fucking shit out. No need in banning you, dumb fuck. It just makes more work for me. Jason, for all I know, you're doing that. Because I don't know you either, Jason. Well, I might. You're hiding. Because you're a stranger too, Jason. So, don't try to score brownie points with me. It doesn't work. Seems awful strange you're in here and you start doing that and I don't even know who you are, Jason. And Wiggin said something to you because I see you in his chat. But I do agree with you. The war drums are beating, Wiggin. Conducting war, Wiggin. Where are you? JC's nothing. JC's nothing but a lying, conniving bitch. She lied about her husband being divorced. She lies about every fucking thing to make herself feel good. JC's a very sad and lonely woman. She turns her computer off and she has nothing. She has to come here for attention. I don't come here for attention. I don't need your attention. I command it, though. Bottom line is this. Wiggin begged me to go live. So I did it. And now look where we're at. JC, first day. She's proud to be the first one to be on my panel. But Wiggin went after Gotti. And JC didn't say one fucking word. Not one fucking word. Fuck you, JC. You are dumb. Yes, I know you're stupid. You always say, oh, you think I'm stupid? Yes, I know you're stupid, JC. You're very fucking stupid. JC, you made comment that I punched my mother in the face. That's why she has a fat lip. You put your husband in a fucking nursing home because you didn't want to take care of him no more. You didn't want to take care of a sick person that you vowed that in sickness and health. Told us all you were divorced. He cheated on you. You're a lying fucking bitch, JC. You won't turn your camera on because you can't take the same scrutiny you give other people. Sorry, Mutz, but that's just the way it is. I don't care. You love JC all you want, Mutz. She's a fucking idiot. She hates Americans. She wishes death on Americans. She supports people like Lady Venom, Monica, Angie, all race baiters. I guarantee you Lady Venom has a wrench in JC's chat under a different name. That way you won't know it's her. Because that's what they do. Wiggin forbidded me to even talk to Rusty way back when. And now that I talked to Rusty, he's mad. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Are there any repercussions? Nobody places repercussions. Repercussions is something that happens because of your behavior. So troll lest ye be trolled. Huh? No? I can understand why you won't come up on my panel, JC. You can't admit when you're wrong about something and then just move on. You got people up on your panel who agree with you all the time. Lucius Mark. Oh, that's a real fucking entertainment right there. Him up on the panel all fucking time. Look at the fucking idiot you have on your panel, JC. Wiggins been saying it over the years. Oh, I can't watch JC no more and this and that. But yet there he is sucking your ass. I make a sincere apology and you don't accept it. And I didn't even do anything to you, JC. I asked you to meet me at the casino. See, you're the one that does it. You're the one who would put people's information out here because you're a spiteful person. Vituperative, bitter, and abusive. Really bad. I got my 50%. I earned all my money. I'm a good Samaritan. I gave Darren Whitney $8,000. He had to fix his furnace or buy a new one. You know, homeowners insurance covers that kind of shit if you have it. JC, what happened to this business you fucking this time last year? Or up until about this time last year, right? You didn't stream for 2-3 months. Whatever happened to that business? It seemed to me if you're running a business, you'd be a little too busy to be in fucking chats all the time the way you are. Huh? Wigan, why you got a problem with me fucking being friends with Rusty? Huh? That was a really sad stream you made yesterday. Didn't even have side chat up. Why is that, Wigan? You can't take it. It's okay for you to go into somebody's chat under an assumed identity. But someone does it to you, you fucking flip out. And then there's Daughter of Truth. Well, she's got meaning in life now. She's got Jarl Wigan. Fucking fake Christian. You ain't no Christian. Nothing Christian about you. You're a cokehead. You're fucking, it's simple. Wigan, you're a fucking cokehead. That's what you've done in your life. You're a cokehead. I don't snort coke. I choose not to. Because I don't want to end up like you, Wigan. No teeth in my head. It fucks your sinuses up. You snort something like that. That's not what your nose is for. Cocaine running all around my brain. Never liked that song. On one hand, Wigan says my pot is no good. On the other hand, all I do is sit and smoke pot, and I need to quit. Where's your girl Queen T Royal at, Wigan? Huh? He brought her back with a vengeance, and then when she said that about Charlie Kirk, you guys are fucking absent. Do you like it if I put a bullet through JC's neck? That would be funny. Watching her bleed out. There, take that, bitch. Just shoot the tires. Just shoot the tires. She wasn't even close enough to the city to hear the horns on them trucks. You're a fucking complete idiot, JC. And I'm here to remind you of that. Your stream sucks. You suck, JC. You need people to make fun of. Acid Trip, you have nothing. You have nothing, Acid Trip. You're just a fucking lowlife. That's all there is to it out here. You're one of them. A proud hacker. Like I said, I'm just going to fucking time you fuckers out. If I don't know who you are, I'm just going to time you out.
You going with me this morning?
Hi, Linda.
Well, hi.
Linda, how you doing?
I'm okay.
All right. How about your husband here, kiddos? What the fuck is he up to today?
Not much.
Hey, Linda, do you love JC?
You have to ask me a stupid question.
Well, no question, stupid, right?
That's that one.
Hey, kiddos, what the fuck is Patrick Rowe's problem with you?
I don't know.
I mean, you haven't been friends with him in the past, right? Were
No.
you? Right? You don't join them in conversation like on Discord and other places where they go, right?
No.
So what's the good word?
The good word is I go to work. I work today. I don't work till 4:00. That's the good word of the day.
So if you were keeping score, kiddos, who's ahead, Wiggin or Billy?
I don't know. It's a close one. Both of you are fucking idiots. So, I mean, it's
No, Wiggins the only idiot. Sorry, kiddos, you're wrong. Bye. Wrong. Should have never called me an idiot, kiddos. I just fucking booted you and banned you from the panel. You won't be coming up here again, kiddos. Go back to Vegas and play. Mealy mouth motherfucker. Linda, your buddy there, fucking kiddos, is a mealy mouth fucking fat motherfucker. He's lucky I'm not around him because I'd smash his face in. I'd relocate his jaw where it was in the first place. Sorry, kiddos, you're the idiot. You just got yourself booted from my panel. The good word, I gotta go to work at 4:00. Yo, excuse me. Yo, breakfast. I had a good breakfast. I love my big coffee mug. That right there saves having to buy a fucking coffee pot. You know what I mean? So I can make one cup at a time. Well, that's basically 2 cups. That's a pint right there. More than 16 ounces, actually. Fluid ounces. There's a difference between fluid ounces and dry weight. See, kiddos, I let you up. I ask you a question, and you got to call us both idiots. Who's the idiot? You don't even have a panel. Who's the idiot, kiddos? So there you go. You stay at JC's, kiddos. You're another Charlie. Linda, if I were you, I'd smack that motherfucker in the back of the head with a frying pan and get his attention. Gone through an awful lot of trouble with that man, Linda. Fucking doesn't make any sense. Especially since you're not really a woman, Linda. You're a man. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. People want to live together. People live together. What do I fucking care what goes on behind your fucking door? You're the idiot, kiddos. You just wore your welcome out here. I'm sure Siberian Gal Pal is going to be happy with that. Call them both of us idiots, and there's Wiggin trashing Dougie and his people. You're not very smart, kiddos. You're not. That's fucking. That was a dumb move. Very dumb move, kiddos. You just rendered yourself irrelevant. Jar Wiggin over there complaining about what I did with Siberian Gal Pal, which is none of his fucking business. I don't block her. I don't really say nasty things about her. She trolls me. I don't care if she trolls me. I don't care. We are peers. She's an older woman. Of course she's going to look the way she does. She's old. If you've seen her on camera, you could notice she has arthritis and stuff. You're the idiot, kiddos. You just wore your welcome out. Don't press your luck in my side chat. In fact, don't even address me, kiddos, because I don't really want to talk to you. If you post my name or address me in my side chat one more time, kiddos, I'm just going to time you out. You're getting timed out. So don't talk to me, kiddos. Talk to your friends, whatever. Don't talk about me or to me in my chat. You better heed my warning. I'm impatient. I'm waiting for the news to come on. Down to 32 degrees this morning. So I'm sure there's some areas, I'm pretty sure we probably had a frost around here somewhere. Hey, my plants will probably come here today so I can hang them, let them dry. I'm sure they're ready to be harvested. I hope, anyways. This place is going to smell like a fucking pot factory pretty soon. That's right, kiddos. You just shot yourself in the fucking foot, boy. Tried telling you. I'm not going to put up with your childish ways, kiddos. You don't appeal to me at all. You don't. Now I can understand why you spent 12 years in prison or 15 or whatever you did. You and Coffee Man, a couple of thieves. Drug-crazed thieves. Finger inches. Got a few minutes yet before my radio program comes on. Excuse me. Vegas is dead. Vegas chat is dead. They can't lure anybody in there. Logical with his 10 robots, all using my mother's picture. I'm pretty sure 99% of the people in Vegas chat has him blocked. But there are a couple people who are combating logical fallacy, and they're old guard from way back when. Logical fallacy would not dare come to my door. If I lived next door to him, he wouldn't come to my door. I'd wait for him to come out of his fucking mother's house. This guy lives with his mother, and he's in his 40s. Huh? Logical. Huh? You burnt your feet. You fucking blew half your face off. You complained about the doctor putting staples in your feet. You burnt your feet that bad you had to have staples? Holy fuck. You wouldn't answer all of Caleb's questions when you were up on his panel, and he was asking the right questions. And there's somebody who could really cripple logical if he entered chat, is Caleb Garthol. I'd like to hear him pronounce his last name how he likes it pronounced. Gothro. It's actually Cajun. It's more Cajun than it is French, which Cajun is basically French, but, you know, the French learned to speak English. Excuse me. I have concluded that Will Durant doesn't like Alpesh Patel. I have concluded that. Wiggin, remember when you called me a novelty item? Still am. I should be selling Billy Hayden t-shirts. I'm not here to make money, by the way. I probably should. But I don't really have the talent like some people that do the YouTube stuff. They got good teams behind them and this and that. Others, they just know what they're doing. They know how to navigate the computer. Logical, I'd like to see you at a construction site. I want to see you carry 2x4s, maybe mix concrete for little small projects by hand, you know, or build concrete forms. You know, Dougie said he used to tie rebar. I've tied rebar. Fun. A lot of fun, especially when you're getting paid $32 an hour to do it. These people block me, but they hang on to every fucking word I say, and they go to Vegas and other chats, and they run their suck fuck about Billy Hayden. They're too chicken shit. JC lets them do it. I told you a long time ago, JC. You should have listened to me then, JC. Should have gave me my own way. I probably wouldn't even I wouldn't even say anything to half the people in your fucking chat. I just let it go in one ear and out the other. Let them bloviate like Nem. You wanted me to come up there and debate Nem about American politics on your stream. And then make like, oh, geez, I was doing Billy a big favor. He could come up here and debate Nem. Go live right now, JC. I'll come up on your panel. I won't turn the radio program on. Go live, JC. Let's do a stream. Huh? Let's talk about the lies you've told over the years, JC. Huh? And the trouble that you've caused over the years. Let's talk about your buddy Alpesh Patel and Randy. You got your way, Randy. I'm not in JC's chat, but you fuckers talk about me all the fucking time. It means I'm doing something right. Scott, I hope you show up this morning.
But I don't want to get a flu shot.
You don't want to get the flu again. It's just a teensy little poke.
Hi guys, I know you don't like needles, so I brought Fuzzy.
What is that?
It's a device that uses vibration and ice to help take the sting out of shots.
See, hun, that wasn't so bad.
Wait, you did it already?
Yep, Fuzzy helps. And Kinney is the only pharmacy that has him.
I'm going to tell everyone I know.
Great. They can schedule online at kinneydrugs.com.
The half of its workforce as this shutdown stretches on, leaving tens of thousands of employees off the job now. We understand about 40,000 staff members will remain on duty to keep critical services running. Union leaders warn taxpayers to expect longer wait times, backlogs, and delays. And this just as extension returns are due next week.
7 News' John Gonzalez. The Prince William County Board of Supervisors has approved a hefty new contract this week for firefighters.
We've made it this far where we can actually get a ratification, I think is actually pretty exciting.
But the cost could mean higher taxes for Prince William County homeowners. Supervisor Margaret Franklin.
With regards to the budget piece, it is true. I mean, this is quite the figure.
The firefighter agreement will total $9.7 million in 2027, jumping to over $11 million the following year, with much of the cost of the amended contract not yet funded. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
DC Councilmember Charles Allen was never a big booster of the new Commander's Stadium, but he's all about building Metro better there.
I fought hard to make this deal better. I'm not going to shy away from that. I've gone to bat to reduce parking lots and increase public transit.
Allen called the coming venue the most transit-friendly NFL stadium in the country. The effort to reach that status continues this morning as Metro's board of directors will ask for $2 million for a study on how to improve customer access and capacity for the stadium and neighborhood. Potential ideas could include a new riverfront entrance connected by a tunnel and adjacent to the stadium, or even a whole new station near Oklahoma Avenue and Benning Road. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
After mounting for Virginia Democrat Attorney General nominee Jay Jones to drop out of the race in his violent texting scandal, but that is unlikely to happen.
The Virginia Department of Elections tells 7 News it's too late to take Jones's name off the ballot, even if Democrats nominate someone new. If Jones were to withdraw from the race, an insert explaining his withdrawal would be included with ballots. If Jones withdraws and somehow manages to win the election, the Elections Department says votes for Jones would not count, since he would no longer be a qualified candidate.
7 News' Nick Minock, more than 400,000 ballots for the race had already been turned in before the Jones story broke. Dow futures down 7 points. NASDAQ futures unchanged at this hour. Up next, traffic and weather.
But I don't want to get a flu shot.
You don't want to get the flu again. It's just a teensy little poke.
Hi guys, I know you don't like needles, so I brought Fuzzy.
What is that?
It's a device that uses vibration and ice to help take the sting out of shots.
See, hun, that wasn't so bad.
Wait, you did it already?
Yep, Fuzzy helps. And Kinney is the only pharmacy that has him.
I'm going to tell everyone I know.
Great. They can schedule online at kinneydrugs.com.
Most people would rather remove a nest of irate hornets than search for auto and home insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. I think I'll wait inside.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
I should be like Wiggin and be mad at Rusty for helping that dumb fucker going live.
Just visit leaffilter.com/day to schedule your free gutter inspection. And
Rusty, why'd you help that fucker go live? What the fuck was the matter with you?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/day for your free gutter inspection today. You can get up to 30% off. That's
There's your answer, Charlie.
for up to 30% off. Leaf Filter.
I don't know why you're asking me where Rusty is. I don't know where she is. I'm not communicating with her all the time. She doesn't call me. She's busy with her stuff.
Before 202 to get you past Central Avenue, 2 left lanes blocked with the broken down.
I'm her big brother now, so fuck you all.
Before Braddock Road, that's in the center of the road.
There's nothing sexual between the two of us. I can't even touch her. So what's the sense in even, you know? We could. I bet you, Rusty and I, we put our act together, come up here, we'd drive you motherfuckers crazy. The two of us feeding off each other.
After a crisp start in the 40s and 50s, we're climbing to 65 later this afternoon with sunshine and a bit of a northeast breeze. Even colder tonight with frost advisories and free.
The truth is, Rusty's actually helped both of us go live. More Wiggin than me. I got a feeling that Rusty may have fucking encouraged Dougie to come up here. I kept asking why would Dougie go out of his way? You did the right thing, Doug. Fuck these assholes, Doug. I don't care if Doug's liberal or not. I don't care who he votes for. I don't think he votes. He doesn't like lawyers. You run for office, Congress, or Senate, or the president, basically you're a lawyer.
This president is unstable, unhinged, a double-minded individual that, quite frankly, is a threat to our democracy.
Yeah, so what, double-minded? Is that what double-minded? He's got twice the brain that J.B. Pritzker has. That was J.B. Pritzker. They use the words, but they don't know what they mean. Even their billionaires are ignorant, semi-illiterate, corrupt. Are they all commies, Michael? Because we learned of another commie yesterday. Turns out James Comey was a communist too. You see this? James Comey, the crook, what is he, 6'10" or something? The crooked FBI guy abusing power like a Soviet leader on behalf of the Democrat Party, the left. I remember when the news media told us 100 times, oh, he's a Republican. You can't be critical of him. He's a Republican. It was the only time they ever suggested that you can't be critical of a Republican. Turns out it's because he really wasn't a Republican, but he revealed, and this was lost to the sands of time until it reemerged yesterday or night before last, that James Comey, in a magazine interview, New York Magazine, a number of years ago, said, oh, yeah, I was a communist. I was a communist, and that just washed away. That did not remain on his permanent record, because when you're a Democrat, there really is no permanent record. You get to make it up as you go along. It's good to be a Democrat. Yeah, it turns out not only John Penitentiary-faced Brennan, the Communist Party voter that Barack Obama made director of the CIA, and then he tampered with and corrupted our presidential election in 2020, along with the felonious 51. Turns out James Comey was a commie too, and Barack Obama was mentored by a communist by the name of Frank Marshall Davis when Barack Obama was a teenager, and then he chose the Communist Party voter. He voted for the Communist Party candidate Gus Hall for the presidency of the United States. John Brennan, penitentiary face, made him CIA director because, they talked, really, you're a communist, I'm a communist, isn't that great? Are you an Islamist too? Because we got that going. And now it turns out James Comey was also a communist. Michael Piercy, when you were 20, were you a communist? Interesting. You weren't, not even you were a communist. But Barack Obama's CIA director and then the FBI director, James Comey, a communist. That's an interesting revelation. And it turns out that Rush Limbaugh talked about this years ago because it was in New York Magazine. But when you're a Democrat and the Democrats are protecting you with their information dominance, they can just make little blemishes like that disappear as though they never happened. It is good to be a Democrat. Well, happy Thursday to you and welcome back once again. We continue to be at 888-630-9625. That's not the biggest news of the day. There is a lot of big news today having to do with what we're going to call peace in the Middle East, or at least a Middle East peace deal. And the headline at the Fox News Channel is, Hamas accepts Trump's peace plan, ending 2-year-long war. Well, you can say, well, I get the Nobel Peace Prize ready, but even that will probably never happen. And there are a lot of issues related to this because, we're going to return the dead bodies of the hostages that we kidnapped and raped and murdered and, buried in shallow graves and tunnels that were dug with UN money. But the dead body, what do they have? 48 hostages, some living, some they murdered long ago, and they've been holding onto the bodies because they're bloodthirsty ghouls, they're savages from hell, they're troglodytes from Middle Earth, and eventually they're going to have to be completely annihilated because you have no choice. They leave you with no choice. Civilization, in order to survive, must destroy the savages that would destroy civilization, given half a chance, and that's Hamas and the Islamists, and the Iranians are behind it all. And this is fascinating because now that there is, it's the headline everywhere you look, Hamas accepts Trump peace deal, ending 2-year war, and all this. And now the Democrats are going to have to come out in favor of war and in favor of Hamas. Well, they've already done that, haven't they? Democrats are going to have to come out in favor of war and against peace deals because Trump has a peace deal, so they're against it. Again, it's like the Groucho Marx song from long ago. Whatever it is, I'm against it. No matter what's for or who commenced it, I'm against it. That's the Democrat Party.
I don't know what they have to say. It makes no difference anyway. Whatever it is, I'm against it. No matter what it is or who commenced it, I'm against it.
See, Groucho Marx, he knew a lot of Democrats even in the 1930s, and they're going to have to come out now against peace. Yeah, they're also, this is a fun one. The Democrats are against President Trump striking Venezuelan drug boats, bringing drugs into the United States by various methods and various routes. And the Democrats, they're in favor of the drug cartels. And last year, I think we lost only 80,000 Americans, 80,000, a number greater than we lost in the Vietnam War from 1959 to 1975. But in 1 year, we have a number greater than that are killed with fatal drug overdoses, poisoned by fentanyl and other drugs that the Democrats support the importation of it and so on. But there is an amazing poll out, and I've got the numbers for you today. Americans overwhelmingly support Trump administration blowing drug boats out of the water. But a lot of Democrats are they're with the drug boats. They're with the drug boats. They're with the Venezuelan cartels. They're with the communists they call themselves socialists. In Venezuela, in New York, they call themselves socialists too. But they're communists. Isn't it amazing? And the Democrats, they're in favor of Antifa, 1930s German communist group Antifa, a terrorist group going back to the 1930s in Deutschland. And the Democrats are with Antifa, especially when they're attacking federal police, wherever they find them, Chicago, outside Chicago, Portland, Oregon, anywhere but Dallas, Texas, where a psycho sniper murdered 2 illegal aliens while he was trying to murder 2 ICE agents. The Democrats are in favor of the gang member who's an illegal alien that put a $10,000 bounty on a federal law enforcement officer. I've been playing audio from the last couple of days. The Democrat Party really, you guys need to disband. You need to be prohibited from meeting in public. Oh, what about my First Amendment rights? They're what are they talking about? They got Democrats in Illinois talking about civil war, because and they don't even know what the first Civil War was. It was at Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, where there are 110,000 gang members, and that's no problem. He thinks that's a pretty good number, and hundreds of homicides every year. And the Democrats, including the Democrat mayor there, who used to be an educator, I'm making quotation marks with my fingers, a teacher and a school principal. And he thinks everything's just great the way that it is. Don't touch a thing. Don't change anything. They want to keep the murder rate just where it is, or maybe up a little. That's one area of growth that they could facilitate. But with that said, we've got Comey the commie to go with Brennan, the Communist Party voter, and then tampering with the presidential election, and Barack Obama being mentored by a Communist Party member, Frank Marshall Davis. it all starts to make more sense. Then you got the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortezes of the world who elected because of her buttocks, and she should still be tending bar somewhere in New York, where I'm sure she was no good at that either. Being a good bartender takes a lot more brain power than she brings to the dance. That's for sure. But that stuff struck me yesterday. And also then there's this peace in the Middle East thing. And I want to talk about that today too, because I don't want to be cynical or anything, but when you're negotiating with terrorists who kidnap, rape, and murder, and then hold the dead bodies, and they've got a 1,000-year plan to destroy Western civilization and Christendom, and a 100-year plan to destroy the Middle East, the entire region, and then make their way into Europe and to grow your population by having 10 kids in every household, while the British have 0.8 kids per household, and they're planning on taking over. Saw a video the other day of a Muslim in Canada saying the same thing, being interviewed. And they said, oh yeah, we're taking over Canada by our birth rate. And soon Sharia law will be the norm in Canada, because the Islamists have a long-term plan to conquer the world by the sword when necessary, and by the sperm donor when convenient. And the people of Hamas and Iran, they're not giving up. This may be a pause in their long-term plan to conquer the world and Islamize the world, so that and liberals are like, oh, this is, in order to be open-minded, I've got to support that. And they should start throwing themselves off of rooftops at this point, because the Islamists will eventually get to that. So the peace deal, we're talking about a Monday release of the hostages, possibly sooner, but don't bank on anything with the troglodytes. 48 hostages, as I said. And I mean, I got to say, it's one of these situations where, as they say in the Gaza Strip, don't count your goats before they're dressed up in lingerie and dancing on your bedside table, because it could be too soon. Do not count your goats before they have fishnet stockings and lipstick on, like Vicky the goat, because we're also looking at the next step. Hamas has to disarm, and I think that in order to disarm them, that's going to take machetes. That's going to take heavy equipment to disarm them, because they're not disarming people, and they have to stand down. And if they stand down, it will be temporary. Then they are going to get back to their genocide program, which is what they die for. In some cultures, you say it's what they live for, but there it's what they die for, because what they live for is to die, and while killing, while murdering, and we've got all that. So I want to get into that today as well. It's a big deal, and I'm very hopeful, but I've got to say I have little faith in the troglodytes to remain good to their word, and that's almost a joke turn of phrase when you're talking about the troglodytes from hell. Isn't that amazing? Also, the Democrat named Bad Bunny. Is that his name, Bad Bunny? His name is Bad Bunny. That should be like a woman name somewhere in the Simi Valley or something, shouldn't it? But is that where it is, the Simi Valley? And Bad Bunny, he's supposed to be the halftime show at the Super Bowl. And he was at a Los Yankees baseball game last night. And there was at the seventh inning stretch, the audience stood up and sang, God bless America, God bless America. But Bad Bunny, who was chosen to do the halftime show at the Super Bowl, he sat there looking surly because he's a Democrat. I was kind of surprised he didn't detonate his vest or something, maybe self-immolate. That could be the grand finale in the Super Bowl. He'd come out and hate on America and be a racist and be a communist, and then maybe self-immolate as the denouement. The denouement, that's French. And that'd make it more interesting. If there was any guarantee that he'd self-immolate at the end of the halftime show, I would tune in for it. Also yesterday, it was flying around all over the internet that Turning Point USA was going to Charlie Kirk's organization, who was assassinated by a Democrat. Turning Point USA was going to put on an alternative and alternate halftime show, a musical performance, and it turns out that was nothing more than internet hooey, a lot of hooey. I like to not curse, so I'll use hooey. But Bad Bunny, God bless America, he just looked surly and, spitting on people. He didn't really spit on people, but it was metaphorical. And we've got that. Also, there was an arrest yesterday in the Pacific Palisades fire that the Democrats blamed on global warming and climate change because they're all mentally ill and they're mental dwarves and they're indoctrinated communists and whatever the party tells them. It's like Katie Porter, the earth is on fire and we're all going to die soon. She comes from a congressional district not far from Los Angeles, as a matter of fact. And she's a real piece of work, isn't she? She's running for governor. She's the front runner. But the arrest was made, and surprise, surprise, here is a leftist who donated to Joe Biden. Not a lot, but he didn't have a lot. He caused billions of dollars in damage and destroyed families forever. Generations of families burned, routed, because a Democrat, Joe Biden supporter, Joe Biden voter, set fire to the Pacific Palisades, one of the most beautiful parts of the world, before he burned it to the ground. And he's naturally a Biden donor. So we've got that coming up. The arsonist in California, Bad Bunny, Katie Porter. Honestly, the Democrats are everywhere. The Antifa people, based on a communist terrorist group out of Germany in the 1930s, the Democrat Party has picked up the machete. I mean, the mantle. Aren't they amazing? We're at 888-630-9625. A few things we're going to get to today.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Virginia Beltway, the broken down car interloop before Braddock Road now moved to the right shoulder. Thank you to VDOT for safely assisting. Crash cleanup continues in the district on the freeway near the 12th Street Tunnel, which jams the trip out of Virginia. Back near the Pentagon, westbound freeway, you can see it. We're heavy not only off the 11th Street Bridge, but on 295. No late problems on 270, but we are jammed coming off the spur and out of Bethesda, heading to and across the American Legion Bridge. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and cool today with a high of 65. Clear skies overnight with a low 40.
At T. Rowe Price, our experience helps us see investment potential differently. Instead of fast answers, we understand the true road to confident investing is curiosity. It's what drives us to ask smart questions about our ever-changing world. Like, how can clean water transform farmland? Can healthcare innovations create a healthier world? How will AI be a part of a new tomorrow? Our curiosity runs deep, and with it comes the power to help you invest more confidently. Better questions, better outcomes. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Learn more at troweprice.com/curiosity.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/day to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/day for your free gutter inspection today. Then get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/day for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/day. See representative for warranty details.
But I don't want to get a flu shot.
You don't want to get the flu again. It's just a teensy little poke.
Hi guys, I know you don't like needles, so I brought Fuzzy.
What is that?
It's a device that uses vibration and ice to help take the sting out of shots.
See, hun, that wasn't so bad.
Wait, you did it already?
Yep, Fuzzy helps. And Kinney is the only pharmacy that has him.
I'm going to tell everyone I know.
Great. They can schedule online at kinneydrugs.com.
All right, so let's look at problem number 5.
Meet Brandon.
In the 6 years that he's been a member at MVP Healthcare, Brandon steered hundreds of 10th graders through the choppy waters of advanced trigonometry.
Sine of 20 equals X.
Through diet, exercise, and a little bit of luck, he's also solved a tough equation of his own, finally getting his diabetes under control.
Does anyone have any questions about how?
Just goes to show, it's never too late to learn.
Good. Let's try number 6 together.
However your light shines, shine on with MVP Healthcare.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Everything from clothing to household items are getting more expensive each day. The world of fast fashion has complicated clothing production by shipping cheap parts around the world to whoever can sew them the cheapest. And now you, the consumer, are paying the price with rising costs. American Giant is about keeping things simple and close to home. They aren't affected by tariffs because their products never leave the U.S. Skip the tariff and snag yourself American-made clothing with American Giant. Get 20% off your first order when you use promo code STAPLE20 at American-Giant.com. That's 20% off when you use code STAPLE20 at American-Giant.com.
Ever feel like your car is trying to tell you something?
Trade me in. I'm tired. I want a new home.
Well, guess what? Bob Johnson Ford of Pulaski is listening. We want your car, and we'll pay you top dollar for it. That's right. Whether it's a clunker or a classic, bring it to Bob Johnson Ford of Pulaski at 84 Caprera Drive and let it live its best life. Visit BobJohnsonFord.com and make your car's dreams come true. See store for details.
Your next $1,000 could be one text away. It's 5K a day on WMAL.
Also in the state of Oregon, where Democrats choose everyone because that's how it works. The general, one-star brigadier general in charge of the National Guard in Oregon, was testifying publicly, and he said that the National Guard in Oregon will protect the protesters. And now the protesters are the problem, and you got this communist 1930s group Antifa violently attacking the federal government and federal government facilities, buildings, officers, and the Oregonian National Guard boss, the brigadier in charge of the National Guard. Oh yeah, we're going to protect that's fine if they're protesting peacefully, which has not been in evidence. Any peaceful protest has not been in evidence for quite some time. They're violently attacking their mobs of criminals. They're a communist group, and then too stupid to know it most of the time, but they're being used. They're like Mungo, they're but pawns in game of life. And the one-star general in charge of the National Guard there says, "Oh yeah, we'll be protecting the protesters. They're rioting and burning and attacking, and there's like a civil war starting under your nose." And you're going to use the military, the state military force, to defend the insurrectionists because he's a liberal, apparently. This is what happens when you make a liberal a one-star general and put him in charge of isn't that amazing, of the National Guard in a state. Just extraordinary stuff. Oh, and I get to play a Rush Limbaugh soundbite today, which is not something I get to do every day, and that's big fun. Having to do with James Comey, because once again, Rush was ahead of the curve. And James Comey, he paid attention to something that everyone should have paid attention to, but no one in our news media did. And I got to say, Republicans on Capitol Hill let it slip by too. Having to do with James Comey having been a communist as a young man. He got better, he says, but I don't know anybody that was a communist I'm asking around. Hey, were you a communist when you were 20? No, I wasn't. No. CBS News staffers urged to treat both parties equally. What? CBS News Stafford, what?
This is the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Crash cleanup continues in the district, and we're still jammed off of 395 northbound back near the Pentagon. Get across the Case Bridge. That's where crash activity was along the left side. Westbound freeway distracted by this. Jammed off the 11th Street Bridge. Road crews set up outer loop as you approach the American Legion Bridge, blocking the left lane. Delays out of Bethesda and off of the 270 spur. Virginia Beltway in the loop before Braddock Road, broken down over to the shoulder. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and cool today with a high of 65. Clear skies overnight with a low 40.
But I don't want to get a flu shot.
You don't want to get the flu again. It's just a teensy little poke.
Hi guys, I know you don't like needles, so I brought Fuzzy.
What is that?
It's a device that uses vibration and ice to help take the sting out of shots.
See, hun, that wasn't so bad.
Wait, you did it already?
Yep, Fuzzy helps. And Kinney is the only pharmacy that has him.
I'm going to tell everyone I know.
Great. They can schedule online at KinneyDrugs.com.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Here at the Zebra, research shows the average person would rather endure a root canal than search for auto and home insurance.
Just try to relax.
Or be trapped in a car for 8 hours with toddlers on a sugar high. Or remove a nest of irate hornets. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving. I think I'll wait inside.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE to get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping. Again, go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE.
American Military University can help transform military skills into academic success. With special rates and grants available to you and your family, your mission continues here. Visit anu.apus.edu/military.
But I don't want to get a flu shot.
You don't want to get the flu again. It's just a teensy little poke.
Hi guys, I know you don't like needles, so I brought Fuzzy.
What is that?
It's a device that uses vibration and ice to help take the sting out of shots.
See, hun, that wasn't so bad.
Wait, you did it already?
Yep, Fuzzy helps. And Kinney is the only pharmacy that has him.
I'm going to tell everyone I know.
Great. They can schedule online at KinneyDrugs.com.
You buy a pair of socks, that's 2 socks. You buy a pair of Bombas socks, that's 4 socks. Because one purchased is one donated. Socks are the #1 most requested clothing item in homeless shelters. So when you buy a pair of super comfortable Bombas socks, you're also donating a pair. Bombas customers have powered over 150 million donations. So Bombas would like to thank you 150 million times. But we only have like 30 seconds. Go to bombas.com and use code AUDIO for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com and use code AUDIO at checkout.
Wow. I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. When my hair first started thinning, I wanted to attack the problem head on. I liked Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
Thursday on the Derek Hunter Show, as the government shutdown rolls into another week, when will Democrats come to their senses and put their constituents first? Probably never. We'll talk about it at 3 o'clock up at the
Now, I don't like communists any more than I like Islamists because they're the two most murderous groups on earth and have been forever and ever. And it should be noted every time they come up in conversation. But the communists that surround the Democrats today, and a lot of them call, like, they got the Mondami, the commie in New York. He's running for mayor of New York, and the Democrats are going to vote him in. And New York will probably end up like Pacific Palisades in California, which was torched by a Democrat. And it turns out, and I want to get to that too, Joe Biden donor burned that multi-billion-dollar fire in beautiful, what was once beautiful Pacific Palisades. And the Democrats there aren't allowing people to rebuild and making it as difficult as possible because they're idiots and communists. Just amazing. But there was so much to get to every day thanks to the crazy Democrat Party. But a video was sent out on the Twitter, and I've got to say, I first saw it on a Clay and Buck tweet thread. That's called X now. And boy, this is kind of an amazing thing because Rush Limbaugh talked about this years ago, about James Comey being a communist, because it turns out that James Comey did an interview with New York Magazine, just called New York, in 2003. That's a long time ago now. That's 22 years ago. And then and where he confessed, well, he didn't consider it a confession. I think it was a brag that he was a communist when he was young. And I went and I found the article in New York Magazine. Mr. Comey goes to Washington. Like he's a Frank Capra movie. He's Jimmy Stewart. He's Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And it's nothing like that, of course. It's very, very different, especially when you're a communist. He bragged about it in this 2003 22-year-old New York Magazine article. James Comey says, well, Comey had been savaged by William Safire, a writer of New York Times, and lauded by Chuck Schumer, a communist, and the Lizard King as well. Just what kind of Republican is he anyway? This sets Comey howling again. I must be doing something right, he says. In college, I was left of center. I thought a gradual process, and through a gradual process, I found myself more comfortable with a lot of ideas and approaches the Republicans were using, he said. He voted for Jimmy Carter in 1980, but in 1984, quote, I voted for Reagan. I had moved from communist to whatever I am now. Sure, I'm not even sure how to characterize myself politically. Well, you're communist? Maybe at some point I'll have to figure it out. So he's not smart enough to figure out where he is himself politically, but he was a communist and voted. When you're a communist in 1980, you could, John Brennan voted for Gus Hall, the Communist Party candidate for the presidency of the United States. That was 1980, I believe. Might have been 1976, but I think it was 1980 that penitentiary-faced Brennan voted for Gus Hall, the Communist Party candidate. And now we see that James Comey admitted long ago that he was a communist. And it reminds me of Van Jones, now at CNN, but who was recruited very actively, very aggressively by the Obama administration, who also was a communist. And I don't know if he's still a communist because the networks have paid him millions of dollars to be a communist. And it's, how do you stay a communist in the United States of America when you have millions of dollars? Hey, I really wish the government would take all this away from me. You know, what kind of an idiot do you have to be? And it's, you know, Mr. Free Ride through Ivy League. There's magic carpet ride through the Ivy League. But he says he voted for Carter in 1980, and I voted for Reagan. I'd moved from communist to whatever I am now. Well, I just don't know anybody that identified as a communist when they were young who ended up being Reagan Republicans. But he said he voted for him the second time around, but not the first time around. That doesn't mean he's not a communist when he said I had moved from communist to whatever I am now. And Rush Limbaugh talked about this when the article came out back in 2003, and it was noticed for a minute because, you know, at the time he was the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, a very busy post, and the New York Magazine was doing a glowing piece about him. So he figured to them, if he tells them he was a communist, that's bragging, and they will play it very well. Now, Rush Limbaugh, the video resurfaced again just in the last couple of days. And how is it that this was buried while Comey's been going through all this controversy, all this and the political lunacy? And you'd think the Democrats, because they hate him because he didn't charge Hillary Clinton with crimes for destroying all kinds of classified information, which she did and had people do for her, and the bleach bit and the hammers and destroying hard drives and phones and campaign equipment and all that. And Comey is like, well, you know, it doesn't look good, but I'm not going to charge her. And the Republicans are so inept when it comes to politics. You know, the Republicans should have at that point said, wait a minute, this is the commie Comey, who, and they just let him go, let him off the hook. No, then he said he voted for Reagan, so that makes him okay. It doesn't, but I want to play Rush Limbaugh because Rush Limbaugh talked about it after the New York Magazine article came out. It's October 10th of 2003. Tomorrow is October 10th, coincidentally. And the article says, yeah, I moved from communist to whatever I am now. Well, does that mean not communist? But Rush Limbaugh talked about it in 2003.
Are you aware that James Comey used to be a communist? In a 2003 interview with New York Magazine, James Comey said before voting for Jimmy Carter in 1980, he'd been a communist. He admitted, I'd moved from communist to whatever I am now. Now, we know that John Brennan, Obama's CIA director, was a communist, or at least had voted for the Communist Party. But I had never heard this about Comey.
I've got to confess, I had never heard this about Comey, and I need to clarify, because the article came out in 2003, Rush Limbaugh talking about it on the radio with the Ditto Cam, and I was looking at it and I was like, that can't be back in 2003. And in fact, that was Rush Limbaugh on May 17th of 2019, so about 6 years ago. And so Rush Limbaugh was talking about it when James Comey was in the news, and 60 Minutes was not, ABC was not, George Stephanopoulos was not, Chunk Todd was not talking about Comey having been a communist. And Rush Limbaugh talked about the other kingpin intelligence community and federal law CIA director John Brennan being a communist. And then you find out Comey's a communist, and you already know that Barack Obama didn't quite brag about it in his book, Dreams from My Father, but he talked about his mentor, Frank, who was later learned was Frank Marshall Davis, a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And isn't that amazing? I got to tell you, the commies that flocked around the Obama people, worth noting.
Now we find out that under Obama, the CIA director and the FBI director both had histories of not just flirtation, but serious immersion into communism.
Commies.
And like the KGB always said, no one ever leaves the KGB.
And the Rush music coming up there, the Rush tone. That's I haven't heard that in quite a while. That's great. So Rush was talking about it 6 years ago, and then it just faded away because the Republicans don't enjoy the kind of information dominance that the left has, the Democrat Party has, where they vilify, they try, they make up this stuff about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, a New York Democrat, all of his pals, Democrats, Donald Trump was a Democrat back then, and for all practical purposes, certainly, and beloved by Orca Winfrey and the rest of the gang. But isn't it amazing? So these commies from James Comey, not an important position or anything, and to penitentiary face Brennan, not an important position, and then inside the White House, who was it that was bragging about bringing Van Jones into the White House? They were so happy. They had been working on him for a long time, and they finally got Van Jones to come in. And I was pointing out at the time, he's got communist credentials, and the Obama White House was thrilled to have him. The Obama White House was thrilled to promote James Comey to CIA director, and our news media. And then we got the FBI director, James Comey, chameleon, and our news media is nowhere to be found on this. New York Magazine wrote about it in 2003, and then it just vanished. And it's a throwaway, 6 paragraphs down or something. Oh, I was a communist. And, oh, really? Oh, isn't that cocktail party chic? Just amazing stuff. The Democrat Party. They are something. And there are commies everywhere you look. Rush Limbaugh knew it. New York Magazine published it 23 years ago.
32 degrees here this morning.
Then it disappeared because when you're a Democrat, life is good. And the Democrat Party protects you. And that means their information dominance is there to backstop you at every turn. Isn't that amazing? Yes, sir. We've got that going for us. Now, with that said, we've got this Katie Porter, this lunatic Katie Porter. She's running for governor of California. She's the Democrat who was a member of the House of Representatives, and she was a lunatic when she was in the House of Representatives. And she is now more and more videos are emerging of her, new and old, and doing the interview with a local CBS station in California, where she chewed out the reporter. And the reporter was doing a perfectly good job asking questions. Just amazing. Let's go to that, because Katie Porter may very well become the governor of the most populous state in the United States of America. But let's go. I'm looking at the clock. I'm wondering whether I have enough time to get into all the Katie Porter stuff all at once. I'm thinking I don't. Do I? All right. Roll it over. Is that what you're saying? Is that what your hand signal is suggesting? He's doing those tricky radio hand signals and things like that. But yeah. All right, let's tell you what. Let's take a break here and then come back. We're going to get to Katie Porter, because she's a leading Democrat, a really vicious cursing. They're all cursing up a storm now. Have you noticed this? The MFers and Fers and the S words, and Nancy Pelosi is dropping them too. For the love of, isn't it amazing? And again, the media doesn't cover it because they cover up stories. They don't cover them. Isn't that amazing? And we got Bad Bunny coming up. And of course, the arson in California, a Biden donor arrested. He grew up in France, which is another country altogether.
The earth is on fire, and we're all going to die soon.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Holy
Belway for
fuck.
Chevy Chase heads up for the crash on the interloop between Connecticut and Georgia Avenue, slowing back near 270. Road crews on the American Legion Bridge blocking the left lane, which jammed out of Bethesda. Interloop through McLean with the road crew set up in that stop and go. Late delays into the district, 395 northbound, jammed across the 14th Street Bridge. Crash up ahead on the Case Bridge was in the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and cool today with a high of 65. Clear skies overnight with a low 40.
It's sunshine savings at Widget Auto Sales, a used car leader. Plenty of late model vehicles with low miles on the lot right now, like a loaded 2016 Lincoln MKX, only $15,999, or a 2020 Acura TLX, beautiful, low miles, just $27,999. A 2018 Toyota 4Runner, 59,000 miles, would look perfect in your driveway. Hey, the sun is shining at Widget Auto Sales on out of Washington Street, and see them online at widgetautosales.com, the used car leader.
Hey, Tom Selleck here. I believe one of the most important things you can have in this life is freedom. Freedom to make your own choices. Freedom to live your life the way you want. And freedom to protect your family's future. That's why for generations, millions of Americans have turned to gold and silver for their financial freedom. But nowadays, choosing who to buy from, that's become a challenge. I had a friend tell me about Goldco, and it turned out they were just what I was looking for. You see, I've been buying gold for a long time, and it wasn't always easy to find. But nowadays, I partnered with Goldco, and I gotta say, I'm not sorry. They even sent me a free gold and silver kit filled with some valuable information. If you want to learn more, visit TomLikesGoldco.com. I think you should give them a try. That's TomLikesGoldco.com.
Every day, companies you've never heard of are making billions selling your personal information. They scrape your name, addresses, phone numbers, even details about your family, and sell it without your consent. Aura fights back. Aura removes your data from broker sites, keeps it off, and alerts you if your info shows up on the dark web. You also get VPN, antivirus, and a password manager. Start your free trial today at aura.com/listen. Protect yourself now at aura.com/listen.
My name is Katie. I'm a Spectrum customer for mobile and internet, and I grew up on a farm and ranch in Nebraska, so I'm always cowgirling. Cowboy culture, you never want to pay more than you have to because there are so many expenses that go into farming and ranching. To have any efficiency on the farm, you need extreme connection and reception. I bet we save about $180 a month in Spectrum, and that's $2,100 for the whole year.
Real customers, real savings. Visit spectrum.com/save. Real customer testimonial, compensated, not scripted.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Going to the gym can be discouraging, especially if you're putting in the work but barely seeing changes. But with Tonal, you can actually see your progress with every workout. Tonal provides the convenience of a full gym and the expertise of a personal trainer anytime at home with one sleek system designed to reduce your mental load. Tonal is the ultimate strength training system, helping you focus less on workout planning and more on getting results. No more second-guessing your technique. Tonal gives you real-time coaching cues to dial in your form and help you lift safely and effectively. After a quick assessment, Tonal sets the optimal weight for every move and adjusts in 1-pound increments as you get stronger, so you're always challenged. Tonal lets you choose from a variety of expert-led workouts, from strength to arrow hit to yoga and mobility to keep you coming back for more. For a limited time, go to Tonal.com to get $500 off site-wide. That's Tonal.com for $500 off site-wide. Tonal.com.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE to get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping. Again, go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE.
WMAL, more than just politics, because laughter is the best medicine. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, so much audio, and now I'm looking at the big board and the great American people calling in, and I want to go to talk to the great American people. And the commies everywhere around the Democrat Party. Let us go to the phones, Michael. Let's go to Ross, calling from Front Royal, Virginia. Ross, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Oh, sir, you're a great American, and especially when you expose things like you're talking about now. I've always had a bewilderment is that birds of a feather flock together, and our current person who is running for governor was in the CIA at the same time as Brennan. And I've always wondered if she was recruited because she's got a lot of similar ideology, and she's being protected. You're not allowed to ask certain questions or quote unquote conspiracy theories. But I've always wanted to know, is she another one of those underlying come out of the closet at some point in time as a quote socialist, in reality a communist? Nobody's asking the question, but she was there and she had to have been recruited to go into the CIA. So how did that come about? Because her ideology is too close to Brent and Comey.
Well, and let me say this, Ross, because I looked this up a little bit, and the good people at the Washington Free Beacon published a story just a couple of months ago, August 6th of 2025. And the headline, the Washington Free Beacon, Virginia gubernatorial hopeful Abigail Spanberger raked in $50,000 from CCP member and electric vehicle tycoon from a Chinese Communist Party member. Virginia law prohibits foreign nationals from making political donations, but Chinese Communist Party members typically can't hold foreign citizenship. And Alana Goodman at the Washington Free Beacon wrote, Virginia's Democratic gubernatorial candidate Abigail Spanberger raked in $50,000 in campaign donations from an electric vehicle tycoon who's a member of the Chinese Communist Party. According to campaign finance records, the funding is perplexing, given that Virginia law forbids foreign nationals from making political contributions. And Chinese law typically bans Chinese Communist Party members from holding foreign citizenship or permanent residency. So Pin Nai, P-I-N, second word, N-I, an executive at Chinese automotive conglomerate Waxiang Group and the head of the company's American subsidiary, gave the donations to Spanberger's campaign in April and May. And I've got to say, Ross, it reminds me of Eric Swalwell, the Democrat congressman from California who started out as a city councilman when he met Fang Fang, who is a honeypot secret agent from the Chinese intelligence service that was sent to California, the United States, to recruit Democrats to work for the Chinese Communist Party. And Fang Fang, while they're having an ongoing sexual affair, Fang Fang raised money for him, organized for him, got him elected to the House of Representatives, got him on the Intelligence Committee, and the New York Times is fine with that. And of course, Dianne Feinstein, Democrat Senator, California, had a Chinese agent on her staff in San Francisco for 20 years. And the FBI watched it happen and didn't mention it to her until the very end. And we've got a lot of this. And again, Van Jones and on it goes. So the commies are still everywhere. And turns out Senator Joe McCarthy was more right than he was given credit for. Am I correct, Ross?
You're absolutely. And by the way, I'm glad you pointed out Senator Joe McCarthy because he's been vilified when he said no, because he was spot on and correct in his analysis.
And they were everywhere. They were everywhere. Ross, thank you. Thank you, my friend. Let's go to Greg, calling from Rockville, Maryland. Gregory, don't have a lot of time for you, but you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Greg.
Thanks again. I love the show, man. I talked to you yesterday. I wanted to say, yeah, you're absolutely right about the Marxists here in Montgomery County. The county executive is Mark Elrich. He is a Marxist. I did some reporting and some investigation because, like you said, the media, even the local media, they will just ignore this stuff. But he went to El Salvador back in the late 80s as a member of the city council of Tacoma Park. And it's pretty clear from my research that he was basically being backed by a front group that was started by the Communist Party USA. This was back when, El Salvador had the Civil War. So this guy is a Marxist. He was backed by Marxists. He's a member of the DSA, the Democrat Socialists, and this is right here in Montgomery County, right outside the nation's capital.
And I got to tell you, Greg, you just take a little look around, lift the veil a little bit, and the list grows and grows and grows.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 10. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. The Israeli government's expected to meet soon to ratify the ceasefire agreement with Hamas.
After 2 years and 2 days, a deal to finally bring home the last of the hostages in Gaza.
Through steadfast resolve and powerful military action, and the great efforts of our great friend and ally, President Trump, we have reached this incredible turning point.
Shosh Bedrosian, spokesperson for Israel's prime minister, she says within 24 hours of the Israeli cabinet ratifying the deal, the ceasefire will begin. Israeli forces will pull back to a specific zone within Gaza, and Hamas will have 72 hours to release the 20 living hostages and the remains of 28 more. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
More procedural votes expected in the Senate today to try and end the shutdown if lawmakers don't kill each other first.
Anger over the shutdown finally spilled over into verbal brawling. House Speaker Mike Johnson challenged Democratic Arizona Senators Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego after they protested outside the Speaker's office.
I'm going to get back to work. These gentlemen had a publicity stunt here. You see the issue. They need to go and vote to reopen the government. Get your plain and simple. The House has done its work. And even if they do anything, and everybody else even if we strike a deal, and the Democrats have voted repeatedly to keep the government closed. Plain and simple. That is going to go up.
Healthcare is the linchpin to the shutdown. Democrats will not relent from their demand for aid to defray the cost of healthcare premiums, which are about to spike.
Fox News' Chad Pergram. There is a new effort in the Senate to protect furloughed federal workers and contractors from bill collectors while they're not getting paid.
Senators Mark Warner and Tim Kaine introduced the Federal Employees Civil Relief Act to stop workers and contractors from losing their homes or defaulting on payments during a shutdown. It would prevent foreclosures and evictions without a court order, allow student loans to be deferred without penalties or interest, and prohibit creditors and lenders from dinging your credit or repossessing your car for missed payments. Insurance companies would not be allowed to cancel your policy if you can't pay your premium. This would all apply during and 30 days after a shutdown. Heather Curtis on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Calls are growing for Democratic Attorney General nominee in Virginia, Jay Jones, to back out of the race after private text comments he made endorsing violence were made public. Among the callers for him to get out, Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin.
This is beyond crazy.
Wednesday afternoon, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin renewed his call for Jay Jones to drop out of the race for Virginia Attorney General.
He's got to drop out. He has got to drop out of this race in disgrace, and his running mate, Abigail Spanberger, should show some courage and step up and tell him to do so.
7 News reporter Nick Minock. One reason Jones likely will not drop out is that hundreds of thousands of votes have already been cast before the story broke. Jones's name cannot be removed from the ballot, nor can Democrats replace him as the nominee. President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Illinois faces scrutiny at a pivotal court hearing today, hours after a small number of Texas Guard members started protecting federal property in the Chicago area. The Dow is down 173 points. NASDAQ is down 50. Traffic and weather next.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop tested over and over. We do all that to the V6 powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. This announcement is to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. You could be one of millions of drivers who may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan, your deductible, and the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, protect your vehicle now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. For your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify, visit endurancewarranty.com. Endurancewarranty.com.
WMAL traffic and weather. Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
On northbound 395 and delays that begin at Glebe Road to and across the 14th Street Bridge to an accident in the district on the freeway before the 12th Street Tunnel blocking the left lane. It's also very slow on the other side of the freeway beginning at the 11th Street Bridge to see what's going on the other side of the roadway. 270 northbound, it was an accident just reported after Montrose Road before Falls Road. 270 Spurs southbound is heavy from Democracy Boulevard to the outer loop of the Beltway and delays on the outer loop from after Old Georgetown Road to the work zone near the George Washington Parkway in the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunshine and comfortable temperatures this afternoon with highs in the 60s. Tonight we drop to the mid-30s to upper 40s. By tomorrow morning, after a chilly start, highs will rebound by the afternoon, 65 to 70 degrees. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rubin, the First Alert Weather Center.
58 in Washington. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
Some of the very things that, of course, many people find offensive about Donald Trump. He sort of has this strongman aura. He looks at himself as a strong man that's so offensive to us domestically are some of the very things that, that diplomats from the Middle East, leaders from the Middle East say, we don't care about your checks and balances. This guy understands us. We understand him. We can do business with him, which is, again, nothing nice about it.
Ah, yes. Morning joke on MS-13 DNC this morning. Morning joke grudgingly confessing that President Trump is cobbling together a peace deal with the troglodytes of Hamas with Israel and getting the Arab country militaries involved as a buffer, which is a new twist that could carry a lot of weight, a lot of impact. But on MSDNC, they've got to spin Middle East peace as a negative because it's Trump. Democrat Party is now against Middle East peace because they don't want to give Donald Trump credit for bringing peace to the Middle East. And we had the Abraham Accords in the first term of President Trump. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, being very heavily involved in that. Jared Kushner is in the Middle East now. He was in Cairo. I believe they're moving down to Sharm el-Sheikh in southern Egypt, where there is a resort. That's right, an Egyptian resort. And it's supposed to be quite beautiful. I almost made it there one time. I meant to go back and take a look at this. I was in traveling in my previous life as a news guy, traveling with a U.S. Secretary of Defense, and we were in Cairo in Egypt, where they have pyramids and things like that. And we had one of these blue and white Air Force planes, one of the 757s out of Andrews Air Force Base, and I believe that we were all aboard and ready to head out of Cairo down to Sharm el-Sheikh. We had a beautiful resort, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is really nice. You're really going to like it." And that's about as far as we got before we were told that there was a radical Islamic terrorist threat in Sharm el-Sheikh targeting our airplane and the Secretary of Defense. And so they said, turns out we're not going to go to Sharm el-Sheikh today after all. And that was fine because, I didn't want to get killed. And nobody else on the plane wanted to get killed either. We were all Christians from Western civilization, not desirous of a glamorous death. Yeah, but Sharm el-Sheikh is, I guess, the new location of the negotiations, talking about President Trump heading off to Sharm el-Sheikh. And I got the security on that one would be off the charts crazy nightmare. But Sharm el-Sheikh is a resort in Egypt, I guess, on the southern end of the Sinai Peninsula. I made it down to the Sinai Peninsula anyway, out of Cairo, but that was another issue. And President Trump talking about heading to Sharm el-Sheikh this weekend. I believe he has medical appointments tomorrow in the Washington, D.C. area as President of the United States. But Trump says that he may go to the Middle East this weekend. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is already there, and his chief negotiator for everything around the world already there. And this is kind of a big deal. Now, if the president has not Israeli military forces, but Arab nation military forces willing to contribute to a peacekeeping force, and it will be Arab troops between the Gaza Hamas savages and Israel, that could actually be a huge development, an enormous development. That could be what people in this town like to call a game changer. They like to use tired old phrases whenever possible. But the president's peacemaking envoy, Steve Witkoff, is in Egypt, and Jared Kushner's son-in-law, they've gone down to Sharm el-Sheikh on the southern tip of the Sinai Peninsula, where there is a beautiful and very expensive resort, and it's a waterfront resort because there's water everywhere that they don't take advantage of in a Western fashion. But isn't that amazing? President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner arrived in Sharm el-Sheikh on Wednesday morning to join the negotiations over the deal to release the remaining hostages, 48 of them, many of them already murdered, the dead bodies that they still haven't released, held by Hamas at the end of the war, and the end of the war in Gaza that has now crossed the 2-year mark. The war has crossed the 2-year mark. Joe Biden did nothing to bring peace when this massacre happened. Joe Biden was a useless nub, and everybody in the world knew it. Putin knew it. He invaded Ukraine. The troglodytes of Hamas knew it. They attacked Israel. War everywhere. War through weakness, peace through strength. And President Trump and his team are pushing hard for both Israel and Hamas to conclude their negotiations within days of and to reach a deal. Now, the indirect talks between Israel, they keep calling them the indirect talks. They have proxies representing, because you can't sit down with Hamas because they'll kill everybody in the room and cut their own heads off, because that's who they are. The indirect talks between Israel and Hamas negotiators started on Monday and have made some progress. But U.S. and Israeli officials have said the negotiations will reach crunch time only when Witkoff and Kushner arrive, and they arrived yesterday. Trump met Tuesday with the top national security team to discuss the progress, the Gaza negotiations, before Witkoff and Kushner departed for Egypt. Yesterday, the president was in the midst of yet another event where he was talking to the press and had people in there meeting with him who had been attacked by Antifa, reporters who had been violently attacked by Antifa, and the rest of the reporters of the White House press corps don't care about reporters being attacked. And the president was holding this meeting, presiding over this meeting, when his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, came into the room and handed the president a note and then whispered into the president's ear. And the president immediately, openly, transparently responded to the Secretary of State coming in, Marco Rubio, handing him a note. It was about Middle East peace and the peace negotiations. And President Trump said there was a big development here. and that he was needed immediately, and he actually got up and left the meeting. It was quite a moment.
Okay. I'm just giving, I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly. So I will take a couple of more questions.
So I'll take a couple of more questions, just like Joe Biden, right? Just like Barack Hussein Obama, right? So just amazing. And President Trump met on Tuesday with Idan Alexander, a U.S. Israeli citizen, dual citizenship, who was held hostage by Hamas and was released a while back. Now the president is looking to have the remaining 48 hostages released by the savages, many of whom have already been murdered, and they hold on to the dead bodies because they're bloodthirsty ghouls and savages who must be wiped off the face of the earth. But we've got a big movement going on there, big things going on, Middle East peace. And I don't trust Hamas, obviously. Nobody does any farther than I could throw the pyramids, but which is not very far, so I wouldn't trust them very much. But isn't that amazing? Now, let's see. We go to number 27, correct? Let's go to number 27. President Trump last night, called in as things were developing. He called in to Sean Hannity's program on the Fox News Channel to talk about the where the negotiations are and where the savages are in all of this.
So much is happening to get the hostages freed, and we think they'll all be coming back on Monday. So it looks like that's the thing, and that'll include the bodies of the dead. And the parents that I talked to so many of them, but the parents are almost more intent, but equally intent is getting in just about all cases their son's body back than they are as though the young man was alive. It's just the same intensity. They want their baby's body back. That's what one woman said. I want my baby's body back, and the son is 25, 26 years old. So that's a very big part of it.
That is definitely hostages and the murder victims and getting their bodies back, but they're still holding hostages because they're ghoulish, like Hollywood cartoon villains. But the president is making huge progress. And on MSDNC, they're like, oh, it's because Trump is, so they're attacking Trump. At this moment on MSDNC, that's what they're doing. President Trump yesterday, this was still talking to Sean Hannity last night on the Fox News Channel.
I think you're going to see people getting along, and you'll see Gaza being rebuilt. We're forming a council the Council of Peace, we think it's going to be called, and it's going to be very powerful, and it's going to really, I think to a large extent, it's going to have a lot to do with the whole Gaza situation. People are going to be taken care of.
People getting along. I admire the optimism. You can't get anywhere without that kind of optimism, truth be told. But there are a lot of people that are still going to have to be killed. I'm sorry to say. I'm not happy to say that. It's a horrible, terrible thing. But, the Germans in World War II, you had to kill a whole bunch of them because they weren't about to give up. The Japanese weren't about to give up. Democrat President Harry Truman dropped 2 atomic bombs on them. And it still took them days after the second bomb to decide that it was time to stop fighting. President Trump, again, very optimistic and thinking big. And he's talking about rebuilding Gaza because he thinks like a builder. There are skyscrapers all over the world with his name atop of the skyscrapers. And President Trump talking about rebuilding, talking about people getting along, talking about peace, talking about bringing Arab countries in to have them bring their militaries in. So there's no Israeli military, no U.S. military, no NATO countries. And the UN is completely useless. Note the absence of the United Nations in all of this because they're profoundly irrelevant. It's just a kleptocracy that steals billions of dollars every year and does nothing for anyone. The pharmaceutical company Pfizer saves more lives every year than the United Nations. Pfizer brings more comfort to more, this is not an ad, more comfort to more people than the United Nations. I just like to point it out because the Democrats are anti-big pharma and pro-United Nations. Given a choice between the United Nations and big pharmaceutical companies in the United States, I would definitely, without hesitation, choose the big pharmaceutical companies, bringing more comfort, saving more lives, and costing a lot less, notwithstanding what the Democrats will tell you. President Trump.
It's going to be a different world. I think really the Middle East came together. Amazingly, they came together. You know, they have some countries with extraordinary wealth, and just spending a small portion of that wealth can do so much for that area.
Definitely so. And President Trump, just a no-nonsense guy, I've got to say. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Yes, sir. We've got Middle East peace breaking out, and isn't that a terrible thing? At MSNBC, you have more MSNBC from Morning Joke from this morning, right? These people, I want to get to that. Because they're anti-peace now. Trump makes peace. The Democrats, that includes the media, they're anti-peace. President Trump wants to crack down on crime in Chicago and Portland. The Democrats are pro-crime. Illegal alien gangs flowing in across our southern border. The Democrats are pro-open borders. They're pro-Venezuelan gangs, Tren de Aragua. They're pro-MS-13. We got Democrat senators flying down to have lunch with MS-13 gang members that beat their baby mamas in Maryland. And then the Democrat Maryland senator flies down to cozy up and hug him. The Democrat Party is not democratic. You know that the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is finally available. And the third generation builds on the incredible success of the previous two generations, and those earned thousands of five-star reviews on Al Gore's amazing internet and became a bestseller overnight. The new Thunderstorm uses two technologies that studies have shown help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses floating in the air you breathe. Also removes dust and pet stuff and smoke and a whole lot more. And it gets rid of any stinky odor. You don't have to buy filters and replace them over and over again either, like some air purifiers. The Thunderstorm will help get rid of any stinky smell, guaranteed. Odors from kitty litter boxes and trash cans and smelly socks and cigarette smoke and liberal protesters. No match for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. Right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection because you and I hang out together. Put one in your basement, your teenager's room, your family room. Give one as a gift. It's a hint. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code CHRIS3, CHRIS and the number 3 to save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is CHRIS3. Ah, yes. So many amazing things going on in the world. Now the Democrats are against peace. I guess they prove it every day in Chicago and Portland and on Capitol Hill, too. Hey, and why do the Democrats keep voting to keep the government closed? What's up with that?
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Keeping your pet healthy can feel like a lot sometimes, but PetSmart makes it super simple. They've got food tailored to your pet's needs, supplements so you can stay ahead of any issues, and even prescriptions that show up right at your door. And here's the hack. Set it all up on auto ship. It just arrives when you need it. Plus, you save 35% on your first PetSmart auto ship order and 5% on the ones after that. You can stay on top of your pet's healthy routine without stressing. Order what they need and set up auto ship at PetSmart.com.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop tested over and over. We do all that to the V6 powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown. How do you make an Airbnb a Verbo? Picture a vacation rental with a host who's showing you every room like you've never seen a house before. Now get rid of them. There you go. No host ever. Now it's a Verbo. Make it a Verbo.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Every day, companies you've never heard of are making billions selling your personal information. They scrape your name, addresses, phone numbers, even details about your family, and sell it without your consent. Aura fights back. Aura removes your data from broker sites, keeps it off, and alerts you if your info shows up on the dark web. You also get VPN, antivirus, and a password manager. Start your free trial today at aura.com/listen. Protect yourself now at aura.com/listen.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/day to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/day for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/day for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/day. See representative for warranty details.
My name is Katie. I am a Spectrum customer for mobile and internet. And I grew up on a farm and ranch in Nebraska, so I'm always cowgirling. Cowboy culture, you never want to pay more than you have to because there are so many expenses that go into farming and ranching. To have any efficiency on the farm, you need extreme connection and reception. I bet we save about $180 a month with Spectrum, and that's $2,100 for the whole year.
Real customers, real savings. Visit spectrum.com/save. Real customer testimonial, compensated, not scripted.
Keeping your pet healthy can feel like a lot sometimes, but PetSmart makes it super simple. They've got food tailored to your pet's needs, supplements so you can stay ahead of any issues, and even prescriptions that show up right at your door. And here's the hack. Set it all up on auto ship. It just arrives when you need it. Plus, you save 35% on your first PetSmart auto ship order and 5% on the ones after that. You can stay on top of your pet's healthy routine without stressing. Order what they need and set up auto ship at PetSmart.com.
What are the potential threats from artificial intelligence that could totally upend the way Americans live their lives? What will it do to the job market, data privacy, cybersecurity, the banking system, national security? Learn how you could help protect your life savings with a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. You could get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver if you qualify, but only while supplies last. Call 855-GOLD-IRA now. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 till 9 on 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
I'm going to get to former Congresswoman Katie Porter running for governor of California. She is really something. What a Democrat is she. And the arsonist that burned Pacific Palisades, Los Angeles, California, has been arrested. He's guilty until proven innocent. And Congressman Darrell Issa yesterday posted on Twitter, said media will declare him a Republican in no time. And they tried. They did. MSDNC. They tried. But right now, let's go to the telephones, and so many stories to get to. Let's go to Joe calling from Charleston, South Carolina. Joseph, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Well, thank you, Mr. Plant, the sharpest mind on radio. You mentioned about the CBS or summary staffer saying that they should treat Republicans, Democrats equally, right?
Yes, yeah, it's a headline.
Well, I'm just claiming that they already do.
Do they?
Yes, they lie about the Democrats and they lie about the Republicans.
Well, that is a form of equal treatment. I like that. But is there any qualitative difference when the Democrats, the media tell lies about the Republicans versus the lies they tell about the Democrats?
Well, that's above my pay grade. I'm just going with quantitative right now.
That's good. I got to say, Joe, that's on that level, they are definitely treated fairly. And this is CBS brought in a new boss, and this is actually a big deal, and it genuinely is a big deal because the woman they brought in is Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss, to those in the know, is an actual serious, intelligent journalist, and even-handed journalist who does want fair play for America. CBS News staffers received their new marching orders. Barry Weiss named editor-in-chief of CBS News on Monday, and I'm going to add more to this.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington. A Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 10:30. I'm John Matthews. Israel and Hamas have agreed to a pause in their devastating 2-year war and the release of the remaining hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. The breakthrough greeted with joy and relief, but also caution. Still unanswered is whether and how Hamas will disarm and who will govern Gaza. President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Illinois faces scrutiny at a pivotal court hearing today, hours after a small number of Texas Guard members started protecting federal property in the Chicago area. Chicago and Illinois filed suit Monday to stop the deployments, calling them unnecessary and illegal. Those delays you've heard about at airports across the country are now in play at Reagan National. The FAA was warning travelers last night to expect to see 30-minute delays, though it did not say whether or how many air traffic controllers were missing shifts, calling in sick because they weren't getting paid. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement. Batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
270 northbound near Montrose Road. The earlier accident is being cleared off the roadway now, but it's still very slow heading northbound from the point where the 270 spur and the regular lanes of 270 combine to go north. On the southeast-southwest freeway, in delays across the 14th Street Bridge heading into the district. The accident before the 12th Street Tunnel blocks the left lane. Beltway outer loop and delays after Old Georgetown Road to the construction near the GW Parkway in the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunshine today with the high near 65. It is 59 at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Thank you for calling Spectrum. My name is Angie, and I'm in Orlando, Florida. How can I help you today?
Great. You're still there. It must be like 3 a.m.
We're always here 24/7. What can I do for you?
I know it's late, but I wanted to ask you about the best place to set up my router.
It's never too late. We'll have you up and running in no time.
Only Spectrum has 24/7, 100% US-based customer support. It's only everything. Spectrum fiber-powered internet. It's the fastest and most reliable internet. Go to spectrum.com to learn more.
Sine of 20 equals X.
Meet Brandon, Albany resident, 10th grade math teacher, an MVP member who's been thriving with diabetes since 2019.
Does anyone have any questions about
However your light shines, shine on with MVP Healthcare.
My hormone treatments for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer stopped working. But moments like this,
Little more avocado.
okay, keep me going. This is why I choose Trodelvy. Trodelvy, sacituzumab govitecan HCIY, is a prescription medicine for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative breast cancer that has spread, or metastatic cancer, and who have received hormone therapy and at least 2 additional treatments for metastatic disease. In the clinical trial, half of patients receiving Trodelvy were alive at 14 months compared with 11 months for traditional chemo. Trodelvy can cause severe or life-threatening side effects, including low white blood cell count, which can lead to infections, diarrhea, and allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic to it. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience any signs of infection while taking Trodelvy. If you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have liver problems, tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take and about all your medical conditions. There are other side effects of Trodelvy. Ask your doctor about Trodelvy and visit Trodelvy.com.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE to get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping. Again, go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE.
Your next $1,000 could be one text away. It's 5K a day on WMAL.
All right, well, we're remaining very hopeful on Middle East peace. It's kind of, to dream the impossible dream. What's that? Is that from a musical? Yeah, it's one of them. Thanks. That was good. But our last brilliant caller Joe was talking about, I read a headline a little while ago, and it's fun and it's true. And Barry Weiss is a serious intellect and a serious journalist, and she is a respected and respectable journalist, an honorable journalist. That's a rare commodity these days. Amazingly, it shouldn't be. It's pretty easy to be fair, but not if you're a lefty, I guess. The headline from the Fox News people: CBS News staffers receive new marching orders, urged to treat Democrats and Republicans equally. And Joe is saying, they already do. They lie about Democrats and they lie about Republicans. And they lie about Democrats, telling us everything is great. They're so wonderful. Boy, they're not rioting anywhere. This is mostly peaceful. And they didn't have 550 riots across the country and set fire to the Church of the Presidents and forced the evacuation of President Trump and his family from the White House. They didn't do any of that. But the Republicans, January 6th, there was the only insurrection was, there's an insurrection going on in Chicago today and yesterday and the day before, going on in Portland today and yesterday and the day before, and they're all Democrats rebelling against an established authority. But never mind that. They do lie about Republicans and they lie about Democrats. But now CBS News staffers, they got new marching orders. Now the permanent bureaucracy there may destroy Barry Weiss before she can bring journalism back to the organization. And CBS News staffers received new marching orders urged to treat Democrats and Republicans equally. David Ellison wants less partisan division. They put that in quotation marks, as Barry Weiss sends first internal memo as CBS News boss. CBS News boss. CBS News staffers have received their new marching orders. Barry Weiss, who was named editor-in-chief of CBS News, Dan Rather, I think, was the editor-in-chief of the CBS Evening News, on Monday, 3 days ago now, after her outlet, the Free Press, was acquired by Paramount for $150 million. Now, Barry Weiss is one of the founders. I assume she's getting tens of millions of dollars out of the deal herself, and congratulations to her. If you build it, they occasionally come. And acquired by Paramount for $150 million, the Free Press said in her first memo to staffers that she wants Democrats and Republicans held equally accountable. You can hold them in equal contempt, just treat them equally. The opportunity to build on that legacy with you and to renew it in an era that so desperately needs it is an extraordinary privilege. Right now, I imagine you have some questions. I do too. Barry Weiss wrote in a memo obtained by Fox News Digital. My goal in the coming days and weeks is to get to know you. I want to hear from you about what's working and what isn't, and your thoughts on how we can make CBS News the most trusted news organization in America and the world. I'll approach it the way any reporter would, with an open mind, a fresh notebook, and an urgent deadline, Barry Weiss wrote. Pretty good stuff. Weiss listed 10 core journalistic values, and that's what she called them, core journalistic values, among them holding, quote, both American political parties to equal scrutiny, end quote. Journalism that reports on the world as it actually is. Journalism that is fair, fearless, and factual, the 3 Fs. Journalism that respects our audience enough to tell the truth plainly wherever it leads. Journalism that makes sense of a noisy, confusing world. Journalism that explains things clearly without pretension or jargon. And abbreviations, try to keep the abbreviations and acronyms to a bare minimum, please. Journalism that holds both American political parties to equal scrutiny. Journalism that embraces a wide spectrum of views and voices so that the audience can contend with the best arguments on all sides of the debate. Imagine that. These sound like good ideas, journalistically speaking. Journalism that rushes toward the most interesting and important stories, regardless of their unpopularity. Journalism that uses all of the tools of the digital era. Journalism that understands that the best way to serve America is to endeavor to present the public with the facts first and foremost. Now, that all sounds really fundamental and obvious, but it's not what you find in newsrooms across the United States of America, not nearly as commonly as we ought to be able to find in newsrooms. So isn't that an amazing idea? Now, Barry Weiss, who quit the New York Times in 2020 after alleging bullying by her colleagues, went on to launch the Common Sense newsletter in 2021 before rebranding it as the Free Press and expanding it into a full-fledged media company in 2022. So she founded it, and I got to say, I think this is absolutely great. I'm very happy for her. I need to learn to be as smart as her. Sold it to Paramount for $150 million. I think she can get that really nice car she's been thinking about now. Isn't that wonderful? So Ellison, who took over as Paramount CEO in August, following the company's merger with Skydance Media, also sent a memo to staffers on Monday echoing his hand-picked CBS News chief's call to tamp down partisanship, which you really shouldn't have to do. Now, I grew up in a CBS News family, and my stepfather was a CBS News network news correspondent, TV news correspondent for 52 years, covered the White House. He did, Bill Plant, from the first day of the Reagan administration to the last day of the Obama administration, sometime doing that. And when I was, my mother married Bill Plant when I was 5 years old. And my mother was on a CBS station in Milwaukee where she had a television show before she married Bill Plant. Her father, my mother's father, was on that same CBS station in Milwaukee, WISN, for many years. And when I was a kid, used to watch had the CBS eye all over the house, and used to watch my grandfather and my mother on the CBS station in Milwaukee as a little kid. I thought everybody's family was on TV all the time. And CBS News was the Tiffany network, the Cadillac, the gold standard of news in the Walter Cronkite era and all that stuff. We had Walter Cronkite over to the house for a backyard barbecue once, and it was like the Pope visiting. And then CBS went south. It went in the direction that all the rest of the media went because too many hardcore Democrats took over. And look, Walter Cronkite was a Democrat and Dan Rather was a Democrat, but they weren't as bad back then, not by a long shot, as the news media has gotten today. And now CBS News, the Paramount megacorp, and the CEO there, Ellison, with Barry Weiss taking over the news division. This is a gigantic experiment. And I was texting people at CBS people and saying, well, will the bureaucracy there trample her, roll over her, destroy her? Will she be able to get the job done? And I suspect that there's going to have to be a little bit of a bloodletting, because some people will be discovered to be undermining her, and they're going to have to be dropped off the roof like gay people in the Gaza. Like gay people in Gaza. So you got that. Yes, sir. And since you brought it up, I wanted to get back to that. And it's a story I brought in with me today because I wanted to get to that. And I will keep my ear to the ground. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Keep an eye on all this. And God, do I have to start watching the CBS Evening News again? I'm not watching. I'm monitoring. It's like I always said about the Democrats in the Obama and the Biden administrations. They don't listen to my radio show, but they do monitor it. It's a very different thing. Now, all right, now let's get to this Democrat that's running for governor in California named Katie Porter. She's a former member of the House of Representatives. She ran for the Senate. She lost a pencil neck, Adam Schiff, his wife calls the inchworm. And Katie Porter, there are headlines everywhere now because she keeps popping up, this Democrat Katie Porter. California gubernatorial candidate Katie Porter screams at staffer during video call, "Get out of my beeping shot." All right, and she keeps showing up being a vicious, mean, nasty person. And new videos keep emerging. People around her, I think, are making the videos public because they don't like her, and they're fellow Democrats, of course. Now, let me see, Michael. This starts at number 15. So let's go to 15. Katie Porter. This is just leaked video from 2021 where she's doing what is effectively a Zoom call or a FaceTime, sitting at a desk in what appears to be her home, very expensive home. Where do they get all these expensive homes? And this 2021 call, there's a staffer behind her, and she becomes very angry with the staffer because in the Zoom call, a woman is 25 feet behind her in the kitchen or something. She's getting a Tostito, and this is what the woman who wants to be governor of California said when she saw that her staffer was behind her in her shot.
The state could lose. Get out of my shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not that it's electric vehicles. It's that if we don't make the commitments under the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot. Okay, I'm going to start again with electric vehicles saving us money. Perfect.
Well, I'm going to start again with electric vehicles saving us money. The staffer was correcting her because she heard her say on this video feed something that was factually incorrect. And the staffer, trying to do her job and do a good job and correct her idiot, moron, angry, cursing B word of a boss. That's B word is boss. That's what B word stands for, is her boss. And said, that was inaccurate, she said. And she's correcting her. And then she shouts her down and treats her like trash. Katie Porter, in an interview, this surfaced a couple of days ago. And this is interesting because she did the interview with the CBS local station in California a month ago, and the video never surfaced. It never aired because the CBS station in California, unless they're holding it for some special presentation later on, they decided not to air this. But a nice lady, a nice reporter named Julie Watts was interviewing all the Democrat candidates for governor of California and went into all the interviews with the same list of questions on a printed out sheet of paper. And she's asking them all the same questions. And Katie Porter decided that she doesn't have to answer these questions. And she'll tell the reporter, Julie Watts, what questions she will ask. And then she'll decide what questions she will answer because she imperiously behaves like a member of the North Korean ruling family.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%? Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're saying.
In a general election? Yes.
So what do you say to Trump voters? I have nothing to say to 40% of the population of California. And I've got to say, the reporter, Julie Watts, was a little bit incredulous. And it's not a very politic or political thing to say. Screw 40% of the population of California, whatever number that is, 15 million people or something. We don't care about people that voted for Trump. I don't need them. I'm against them.
So you don't.
I feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
Ask the question as it is written, and I'll answer it. She's telling her how to ask the question, what question to ask, and then I'll answer it. I'll answer my question, but I won't answer your question. And I've got to say, the reporter was... again, incredulous.
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Well, follow-ups. You can't have follow-ups to questions that are asked. I'll just give you the fake shorthand answer, and you take what I tell you, and I'll give you no more. And now I'm done telling you. I mean, again, the imperiousness, the royal conduct, extraordinary stuff. There's more of her, and she's provided us with some of our favorite sound bites over the last couple of years too. You know, the big wireless companies have been pulling one over on all of us, and it's time to make the switch to consumer cellular. I did, and I'm getting the same fast, reliable, nationwide, big wireless coverage, same towers, same transmitters, same networks, without the big wireless cost every month. And it's not just about saving money every month on my bill, but that's good. It's also about not being used and abused by the big cell phone companies. Do you have any idea how much data you use every month? I have no idea myself. Most people over 50 use less than 8 gigs of data in a given month. But Big Wireless shoves all of us into an unlimited plan because they need to redistribute your payments to cover the cost of younger people who use 10 times as much data as you use. But if you're not using all that data, then bad news, you are the one being used by your cell phone company. When you've had enough of that, make the switch to consumer cellular. They set me up with a service and a phone, and it's incredibly easy to make the switch. You call them on the phone. You talk to an actual human being, not a touchpad or a computer. The person you talk to is based right here in the United States, not on a space platform. Real human beings that are actually helpful. It'll only take you about 20 minutes to make the switch. So give them a call today and do the right thing by yourself. Call 1-800-760-0702. That's 800-760-0702. Yeah. We've got more Katie Porter, the Democrat, coming up, and the arsonist in California. But I thought it was global warming.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am going to make...
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters?
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Keeping your pet healthy can feel like a lot sometimes, but PetSmart makes it super simple. They've got food tailored to your pet's needs, supplements so you can stay ahead of any issues, and even prescriptions that show up right at your door. And here's the hack. Set it all up on auto ship. It just arrives when you need it. Plus, you save 35% on your first PetSmart auto ship order and 5% on the ones after that. You can stay on top of your pet's healthy routine without stressing. Order what they need and set up auto ship at PetSmart.com.
Warning! Inflation is back on the rise. The national debt is spiraling out of control. The stock market has been at an all-time high, and wars continue to rage across the globe. Experts are predicting a massive economic crash for 2025, and you should be ready. Will you sit on the sidelines and wait? Or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco, where you'll learn why tens of thousands of hardworking Americans and even the world's central banks are turning to precious metals to help protect and diversify their money. Get your free gold and silver kit from Goldco by calling 855-GOLD-IRA. You could even receive up to a 10% instant match on bonus silver for qualified accounts. Don't let your financial future slip through your fingers. Learn why so many Americans are diversifying with gold and silver today. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a sleep system that can help. And now, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic mattress and get a $300 instant gift, plus $200 off a Tempur Ergo Smart Base. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Meet Rachel. National University supports all her ands. With flexible online courses, she can be a student and an adventurer and a multitasker. She's an ander. Explore National University's 4- and 8-week courses and associate to doctorate degrees. National University, supporting all your ands. Learn more at nu.edu.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I want payroll too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/small business to sign up for free.
Banking has its perks. We make sure of it. Open an account with Community Bank and get the features that work for you, including higher rates on CDs, lower rates on personal loans, early pay up to 1 day sooner. You'll even get a free Greenlight subscription. Crush your financial goals and open the right account for you. Stop into a local branch or visit cbna.com/bankhappyperks to open your account today. Conditions and restrictions apply. Member FDIC.
Keeping your pet healthy can feel like a lot sometimes, but PetSmart makes it super simple. They've got food tailored to your pet's needs, supplements so you can stay ahead of any issues, and even prescriptions that show up right at your door. And here's the hack. Set it all up on auto ship. It just arrives when you need it. Plus, you save 35% on your first PetSmart auto ship order and 5% on the ones after that. You can stay on top of your pet's healthy routine without stressing. Order what they need and set up auto ship at PetSmart.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/day to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/day for your free gutter inspection today. Then get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/day for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/day. See representative for warranty details. WMAL, making sense of education, because what's happening in your kid's school matters. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, we've got more Katie Porter, and we've got more on the government shutdown. The Democrats love the government shutdown. You know, they shut the government down, and they lie about it, and the news media lies about it with them. Maybe CBS News will tell the truth tonight. I'll probably take a look for you. Let's go to the telephones in the meantime, Michael. Let's go to Patricia, calling from Nevada. Patricia, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Calling from.
You fucking cocksuckers. Fucking shit.
Chris Plant here, excited to tell you that we
Fucking
already
idiot
have over
fuckers.
100 listeners booked for our July 2026 Mediterranean Sea Cruise. If you haven't booked yet, what are you waiting for? Join in on the fun. Visit ChrisPlantCruise.com.
Eliminate Israel.
That is an excellent question.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 11. Good morning. I'm John Matthews. Residents in Gaza celebrating the peace deal agreed to by both Israel and Hamas.
The war in Gaza is almost over. For the first time in months, there is hope across the Middle East. President Trump has done what so many thought was impossible. Celebrations erupted at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv overnight. Israelis processed the news that all of the remaining hostages held by Hamas will be released in the days ahead. Similar moments of joy unfolding inside Gaza as crowds of Palestinians cheered and chanted. After 2 years of war, an influx of aid and relief will make it to residents there. The Israeli cabinet is set to formally vote on the deal this evening. Once that vote passes, Israeli forces inside Gaza will have 24 hours to pull back to agreed-upon lines within the enclave.
Fox News' Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Even with Israel and Hamas moving towards peace, security for an upcoming holiday in D.C. synagogues remains a priority.
Since the war has started, security at Jewish institutions has been dramatically upgraded. We have secured millions of dollars.
Ron Halber is the CEO of the Jewish Community Relations Council in D.C., the holiday coinciding on the Hebrew calendar with the anniversary of the 2023 attacks. But the honoring in this area has already taken place.
Most American Jews, most of the world is celebrating it on, remembers October 7th on the American Day.
Halber with WMAL's O'Connor and Company earlier today. Scott Lynn on WMAL and WMAL.com.
A federal judge set to hear arguments on whether hundreds of National Guard troops can be deployed to Chicago.
Troops from the Texas National Guard are actually here at this ICE facility now, where they will eventually be taking over security. The Pentagon says that in addition to protecting federal property, National Guard troops will also be involved with protecting federal officers carrying out immigration enforcement operations. Now, the Border Patrol Commander, Greg Bavino, describes it as a quick reaction force in case federal officers get attacked like they did this past weekend. And it's not clear exactly what that would look like, but even before the Guard is fully deployed this morning, a federal judge could put the whole mission on hold if they agree with Illinois officials' argument that there is no emergency here.
Fox News' Garrett Tenney in Chicago. The one and only Virginia governor's race debate is tonight in Norfolk.
Ahead of the contest between current Lieutenant Governor, Republican Winsome Sears, and her Democrat challenger, Abigail Spanberger, who leads Sears in recent polling, though where Sears has closed the gap some amid a shakeup in the Commonwealth's AG race. Democrat Jay Jones under scrutiny for 2022 texts suggesting the top Virginia Republican should be killed. He's apologized, but it's drawn bipartisan backlash and calls for the Democrat to step down. As rhetoric is also likely a big topic for discussion in tonight's debate. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A reminder, we're all getting older. Gene Simmons, the lead performer in the rock band Kiss, recovering after he fainted while driving on California's Pacific Coast Highway and crashed his SUV into a car. He was evaluated at a hospital, says he's fine. Simmons is 76. Kiss retired from touring 2 years ago, but they plan to play in Las Vegas in November. The Dow is down 164 points, NASDAQ down 65. Traffic and weather next.
A mochi moment from Tara, who writes, "For years, all my doctor said was eat less and move more, which never worked. But you know what does? The simple eating tips from my nutritionist at Mochi. And after losing over 30 pounds, I can say you're not just another GLP-1 source. You're a life source. Thanks, Tara. I'm Myra Ahmed, founder of Mochi Health. To find your Mochi moment, visit joinmochi.com.
Tara is a Mochi member compensated for her story.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a sleep system that can help. And now, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic mattress and get a $300 instant gift, plus $200 off a Tempur Ergo Smart Base. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Meet Gabriella. National University supports all her Anns. With personalized attention, she can be a student and a role model. National University, supporting all your Anns. Learn more at nu.edu.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE to get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping. Again, go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Montgomery County on northbound 270 between Montrose Road and Falls Road. The accident cleared. Still a little bit slow there, but at least now everything is open and that delay is easing up. Continuing north on 270, though, there was an accident near the truck scales, causing delays now up from Route 121 up to the truck scales. Around the Beltway, the outer loop is slow from just after Old Georgetown Road across the Legion Bridge to the George Washington Parkway, with the construction there in the left lane. Inner loop is very heavy and slow from 123 to just after the toll road, with the left lane there closed. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunshine and comfortable temperatures this afternoon with highs in the 60s. Tonight we drop to the mid-30s to upper 40s. By tomorrow morning, after a chilly start, highs will rebound by the afternoon, 65 to 70 degrees. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin of the First Alert Weather Center.
60 degrees at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
There's no question that if this goes as planned, if we see those remaining hostages freed and Israel begin its withdrawal, it is a remarkable achievement, and President Trump most certainly deserves credit for his role. He has done this through diplomacy, pressure, and the sheer force of his personality and persistence.
Martha Raddatz on ABC's Good Morning America this morning. Isn't that hosted by the Clinton administration official George Snuffleupagus? I believe it is. That's their idea of fair and balanced, even-handed at ABC. What are they paying? $25 million a year. Isn't that remarkable? But they're kind of forced to fess up. There are celebrations going on in Israel and in Gaza. But they're still looking forward to getting back to the killing when they can, no doubt. No doubt about that. Womp, womp, womp. Isn't that wild? You know the band Kiss? They wear that face makeup and stuff. Gene Simmons, the big kind of the front face man for Kiss. Kiss rocker Gene Simmons recovering after crashing SUV. Malibu, California, the Associated Press. Kiss rock star Gene Simmons is recovering after he fainted while driving along the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu and crashed his SUV into a parked car. He fainted. He looked in the rearview mirror. He saw himself and he was so taken by himself that he fainted. It's like a girl seeing a rock star. So Gene Simmons recovering after fainting while driving along Pacific Coast Highway, Malibu, California, crashed his SUV into a parked car. Simmons, co-founder and bassist for the legendary band Kiss, was evaluated at a local hospital Tuesday before being released. He posted on social media saying, "Thanks, everybody, for the kind wishes. I'm completely fine. I just like fender bender. It happens." 76-year-old driving his SUV crossed several lanes before hitting a parked car along the highway. Agencies that responded to the crash told several media outlets. Simmons said that he was transported to a hospital. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department said Kiss, he retired from a half century of touring. Simmons did in 2023, but Simmons and his bandmates plan to play in November at a special event in Las Vegas, Nevada. Not Nevada, Jeff, Nevada. See how that goes. In August, President Donald Trump announced that Kiss will be among this year's Kennedy Center honorees. So it's good that he didn't crash and die. But apparently it was a pretty severe crash at a high rate of speed, and we got all that going for us. So we have that. Going for us. First, I thought it was Richard Simmons. But then, oh, yeah, that's right. He already died. So last year, don't worry about that. It wasn't Richard Simmons. So that's okay. All right, now we haven't finished up on Democrat California gubernatorial candidate and front runner. Apparently, I heard yesterday that she's the front runner, Katie Porter, for that, which is pretty amazing. And then I want to get into the government shutdown, which the Democrats did, and the Democrats are enjoying, and they're lying about it, and the media is lying about it too, which is why nobody trusts anybody anymore, right? But Katie Porter, where did we leave off on that, Katie Porter? Because there's so much of her to get to. We were doing the CBS interview, and she was yelling at the nice reporter lady, and the nice reporter lady saying, "But I'm asking all the candidates the same list of questions, and you're refusing to answer my questions." And she's like, "Oh, you got 7 follow-ups. You can't ask 7 follow-ups. And just read the question the way that it's written, like she scripted the question ahead of time or something." And just being a very unpleasant person with the nice reporter lady, who was actually doing the job that you might expect a reporter to do. Julie Watts was the one doing the interview with Katie Porter.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't care. I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there. And we're just going to circle around.
I am an
I have
investigative
never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
You've never had to have a conversation with
They're so arrogant because the press usually asks the questions they want them to ask. They take whatever question the Democrats give them. They don't get uppity.
It's a naval
They
base.
just bow to the Democrats. They kneel before Zod, and they don't say, "Well, I've got a follow-up." Well, I don't answer follow-ups. Talk about authoritarian. Talk about fascist. The arrogance of this woman. Just great. And the nice reporter lady, Watts, just kept trying.
Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these. And
Gotta
if you
tell
don't
her.
want to answer, you don't want to answer. So nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you. And I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either.
Positive
I would
and
love to
pleasant.
continue to ask these questions so that we can show our viewers what every candidate feels about every one of these issues that they care about.
See, the station was working, and it's a very intelligent thing to do. The station, CBS station out in California, local station, was working on asking each and every Democrat candidate, and maybe the Republican candidate too, the same list of questions, and then they were going to put together like a 1-hour special where here's what these candidates said to this question, and then you get to see what all the candidates said to this question. Then the next question, here's what all the candidates said to that. But Katie Porter, with her authoritarian, Gestapo-style approach to all of this, she's having none of it. And she assumes that she can just tell a reporter what to ask, and here's the answer, and stop bothering me with all your reportery questions. Isn't that amazing? So I don't want to have a bad time. She don't want to have a bad time. She said she wants to have a pleasant, positive experience and doesn't want to have an unhappy experience. Well, it's good to be a Democrat, isn't it? Because just that's not what Republicans get. Republicans get screamed at and shouted down and talked over and a list of demands, and there will be as many damn follow-ups as I want. But Katie Porter, she's lived as a Democrat all of her grotesque adult life, and she assumes that everyone will kneel before Zod, right? Now, Katie Porter, just because, let's go to 21 because I love these sound bites so much of Katie Porter, former member of the House of Representatives, running for governor of California. And it used to be a big deal to be governor, our most populous state and all of that. Katie Porter Classics.
I told my 9-year-old daughter that I was going to be speaking with you. And I said, what do you think about climate change? And she said, the earth is on fire and we're all going to die soon. And I asked her how that made her feel. And she said it made her feel angry.
It made her feel angry that the earth is on fire and we're all going to die soon. That was during a hearing with the always hilarious Greta von Thunberg, Greta Thunberg, who has been used by the left, the Democrat Party, to be what is she, a fake environmentalist? Now she's anti-Israel and pro-Hamas. And she was arrested for breaking laws in Israel and put in what she said was a lice-infested cell, probably the lice left behind by a member of Hamas, because they love lice. They bring lice with them wherever they go. And then what did she do? She was in the news for another item in the last couple of days too. She is profoundly annoying. She really is. Katie Porter, and her 9-year-old daughter responded, the earth is on fire and we're all going to die soon. And then instead of saying, no, honey, that's not the case, she said, how does that make you feel? Because she's indoctrinating a suicide bomber. This is how Hamas raises their children. And Katie Porter might as well be a member of Hamas. And then that was her 9-year-old daughter, right? And then 3 years after that, she told another story on the record and on camera. Now that her daughter is 12 years old, Donald Trump had been reelected to a second term. And this is what her 12-year-old daughter, this is their dinner table conversation in the Katie Porter household.
On election night, I went to pick up my daughter, and she's 12, and she got in the car and she was crying. And I said, did someone punch you? What happened? And she said, Mom, Trump's going to win. What if I get raped and I need to have an abortion? This is from a 12-year-old, my 12-year-old daughter.
Yeah, well, Child Protective Services should show up at your home and take the child away because you're not a fit parent. And you're not a fit governor, and you're not a fit member of the House of Representatives. You're not even a fit adult. You should be expelled from Western civilization, maybe handed over to Hamas. Isn't that amazing? That's just great stuff. Her 12-year-old daughter, Trump is being like, she's sobbing, she's crying hysterically. Trump is going to win. She knew the future. And what if I get raped? 12 years, California, they're Democrats. They get in the hot tub with the sexually compatible signs of the zodiac. They're not well, and they're raising the next generation. This young girl is going to have to be deprogrammed when she breaks away from this lunatic leftist mother who has no business raising children, none whatsoever. But listen to this, because this is a new one from Katie Porter. She's talking about child molesters, pedophiles who sexually abuse children. And how does she, and she talks about grooming, she's defending pedophiles, and she wants to debate the terminology, but apparently being a pedophile is a sexual orientation or a sexual preference, and you don't want to discriminate against pedophiles. You don't want to discriminate against child molesters, according to the Democrat former congresswoman who wants to be governor of California, Katie Porter.
This allegation of groomer and pedophile, it is alleging that a person is criminal somehow and engaged in criminal acts merely because of their identity, their sexual orientation, their gender identity.
their sexual orientation, their gender identity, just because they're pedophiles, because they're child molesters, which you go to prison for. And she calls it a sexual orientation, a preference. It's isn't that amazing? The words that she uses to describe a child molester, and how dare you talk about discriminating against a felon who molests children. As you know, how many illegal aliens have been arrested in the last couple of years for sexually assaulting children? You could fill airliner after airliner with them. Isn't that amazing? So pedophiles, and don't label them groomers just because they're targeting children. You treat them like they're a criminal just because they're child rapists. Any sexual assault on a child is a rape. But isn't that amazing? Katie Porter, then speaking of illegal alien rapists and murders, Katie Porter talking about Laken Riley, young girl murdered by an illegal alien. He was a gang member too, wasn't he? The murderer. And here is former Democrat Congresswoman, wants to be governor of California, Katie Porter, on Laken Riley's murder.
Well, I think when a horrible tragedy like this happens, I think whenever we're dealing with violent crime, there's a sense of outrage, of sadness, and of loss. But I think the important thing to focus on is any one instance shouldn't shape our overall immigration policy.
Any one instance, it's a standalone, unless you start ticking off the names of all of the other women, which is a very lengthy list. But that's Katie Porter. She wants to be the governor of our most populous state, the state of California, which may as well just fall off the edge of the earth. Well, we were talking about it yesterday, and at Newsmax, and I just this woman, the language that she uses to describe pedophiles and condemning anyone who treats a pedophile as a criminal. You're a criminal if you're a pedophile, and the Democrat Party should be disbanded. It's time for them to go to the ash heap of history. From everyday dinners to effortless entertaining to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience every time. And now, during their early Black Friday sale, you're going to get 50% off the entire website and an extra 20% off selected favorites at omahasteaks.com. At omahasteaks.com. Listen, my best girl and I, we love the Omaha Steaks filet mignons. We sear them up in my grandfather's iron skillet. It's been in use for about 70 years. It's beautiful. Now is the time to save big at Omaha Steaks. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety. Every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. And right now you save big with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide, the entire website, and an additional 20% off on selected favorites during their early Black Friday sale. And for an extra $35 off, use the promo code PLANT at checkout because you and I hang out together. Terms apply. See the site for details. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. The promo code PLANT at checkout. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's this is one of those, it's good to be a Democrat, and if only we had a media stories. You know, Katie Porter, if she were reported on by the news media the way that any Republican would be, she would have dropped out of the race and maybe hurled herself off of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Hey, Max, what do you know?
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
How do you make an Airbnb a Verbo? Picture a vacation rental with a host. The host is dragging your family on a tour of the kitchen, the bathroom, the upstairs bathroom, the downstairs bedroom, and the TV room, which, surprise, is where you can watch TV. Now imagine there's no host giving you a tour, because there's never any hosts at all. Ever. Voila, you've got yourself a Verbo. Want a vacation that's completely and totally host-free? Make it a Verbo.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I want payroll too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/small business to sign up for free.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/day to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/day for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/day for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/day. See representative for warranty details.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com.
Ever wish buying a home was as easy as clicking your heels 3 times? At Northern Credit Union, we know there's no place like home. We offer first-time buyer programs with no closing costs, VA, USDA, seasonal, new construction, and many other loan options. If you're dreaming of home ownership, Northern will help you get into your new home in 3 clicks of your heels. Getting approved is quick and easy, and with our meet or beat rate guarantee, you know you're getting the lowest rate possible. Our team is here to help you along the yellow brick road to home ownership with honest advice, personalized service, and support every step of the way. Click your heels or just call or text, because at Northern, there's no place like home. Northern Credit Union, mortgage magic in the real world. Call or text 315-782-0155 or apply online at mynorthern.com. Federally insured, NCUA, equal housing opportunity.
Everything from clothing to household items are getting more expensive each day. The world of fast fashion has complicated clothing production by shipping cheap parts around the world to whoever can sew them the cheapest. And now you, the consumer, are paying the price with rising costs. American Giant is about keeping things simple and close to home. They aren't affected by tariffs because their products never leave the U.S. Skip the tariff and snag yourself American-made clothing with American Giant. Get 20% off your first order when you use promo code STAPLE20 at American-Giant.com. That's 20% off when you use code STAPLE20 at American-Giant.com.
This week on Celeb News, Hollywood's newest posse. It's DirecTV's Genre Packs. Curated collections of your favorite channels and streaming apps together. Check out The Bad Boy, My Sports, The Heartthrob, Mi Español, and The Hot One, My Entertainment, with Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max included. Starting at just $29.99 a month for the first 2 months. It's DirecTV like you've never seen it. New residential customers. Auto renews monthly. Price higher in 3rd month. Cancel anytime. Apps vary by pack. Prices may vary for 3rd parties. Credit card and restrictions apply. 18 plus. See details at directtv.com/genrepacks.
Your next $1,000 could be one text away. It's 5K a day on WMAL.
To the Democrat, the Schumer shutdown, and the giant media lie about the government shutdown. Oh, the Republicans did it. They had the brains of 5-year-old children. But before we get into all of that, and also morning joke, somebody accidentally gave Trump credit for Middle East peace. He's going to never be invited back. But let's go to the phones. Let's go to Karen, calling from Poolsville, Maryland. Karen, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning. How are you?
Just great.
I didn't know if this had come up before because I haven't been able to listen for a while, but I was working at NIH back when Obama was in office and the shutdown took place. And of course, it was the Republicans' fault. But we were called together by our supervisor in preparation for the shutdown. And there were a lot of people at NIH who would have come in anyway without pay or whatever, just to keep their animals going or their research going or whatever. But the Obama administration informed us that if we should come in, our supervisor would be personally fined $5,000 or something. There was some, I don't remember, it was 5 or 6. It was some sum in the thousands of dollars that my boss would personally be fined to make sure none of us came in. So,
and they wouldn't fine you; they'd fine your boss to make it even more threatening, because now you're screwing over your boss and not yourself.
That's right. So, so he's being punitive. Now, Trump, everybody thinks he's being punitive, but Trump is smarter because he is being punitive, but he's also getting what he wants, getting rid of people that he thinks aren't necessary. So, anyway, Obama was no peach.
That is, Karen, that is wonderful. Yeah, Obama's no peach. Yeah, that's true. And Trump is smarter. And downsizing government, all these non-essential personnel.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 11:30. I'm Heather Curtis. A homicide suspect fatally shot by police in Columbia Heights this morning as the Capital Area Regional Task Force tried to arrest the person inside an apartment building. Police say when they got to the apartment on Girard Street Northwest, there was an exchange of gunfire that left the suspect with multiple gunshot wounds. The person's accused of murdering 33-year-old Marisha Singletary, whose body was found in another D.C. apartment Sunday night. A pivotal court hearing will happen today as a judge decides whether to block President Trump's deployment of the National Guard to Chicago. Some members were mobilized yesterday to protect an ICE facility. The governor of the state calls the move illegal. The president's calling for his arrest, saying J.B. Pritzker is not protecting ICE officers. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. We sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Here's Steve Hirshorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Around the belly now, the inner loop is still under speed, Braddock Road up to Gallows Road. Then you're very slow as you continue north on 495 from 123 up to the work zone after the toll road in the left lane. On the outer loop, still very slow, Ritchie Marlboro Road northbound up to Route 50. Then the outer loop slows from just before the 270 spur to the construction on the Virginia side of the American Legion Bridge near the George Washington Parkway that blocks the left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Today, sunny with highs in the mid-60s. Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 44. Right now, 61 degrees in Washington under sunny skies. I'm Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
What are the potential threats from artificial intelligence that could totally upend the way Americans live their lives? What will it do to the job market, data privacy, cybersecurity, the banking system, national security? Learn how you could help protect your life savings with a free gold and silver kit from the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. You could get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver if you qualify, but only while supplies last. Call 855-GOLD-IRA now. That's 855-GOLD-IRA.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
But I don't want to get a flu shot.
You don't want to get the flu again. It's just a teensy little poke.
Hi guys, I know you don't like needles, so I brought Fuzzy.
What is that?
It's a device that uses vibration and ice to help take the sting out of shots.
See, hun, that wasn't so bad.
Wait, you did it already?
Yep, Fuzzy helps. And Kinney is the only pharmacy that has him.
I'm going to tell everyone I know.
Great. They can schedule online at KinneyDrugs.com.
These new cars are so advanced.
Thank you, Tim.
You can talk? Can you give me advice?
Well, you should have bought me with the Navy Federal Credit Union auto loan.
Really?
Correct. You could have received great rates and a pre-approval that's good for 90 days.
Do you have an off feature?
Do not be rude, Tim.
Learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto loans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Credit and collateral subject to approval.
Meet Gabriella. National University supports all her ANs. With personalized attention, she can be a student and the family ringleader and a teacher. She's an ANDER. Explore National University's accredited online and hybrid courses and associate to doctorate degrees. National University, supporting all your ANs. Learn more at nu.edu.
It's sunshine savings at Widget Auto Sales, a used car leader. Plenty of late model vehicles with low miles on the lot right now, like a loaded 2016 Lincoln MKX, only $15,999, or a 2020 Acura TLX. Beautiful. Low miles, just $27,999. A 2018 Toyota 4Runner, 59,000 miles, would look perfect in your driveway. Hey, the sun is shining at Widget Auto Sales on out of Washington Street, and see them online at widgetautosales.com. The used car leader.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon on 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Hey, we're back. Now, the question of President Trump getting the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 is all over the place. In fact, in Israel, there is President Trump's name is being chanted in the streets, and they're chanting Nobel Prize to Trump. People out in the street are, I don't know if this is real, and it may be real, in a field of crops, a farm in Israel. Israeli farmers spelled out a massive message for the world to see, and it's huge. These letters look like they're 15 feet tall in a field of crops, and it spells out Nobel for Trump. Little dyslexia. Nobel, and then the number 4, Trump, out in this field. You'd see it if you're flying at 30,000 feet. You'd see it spelled out in this farm in Israel, the Nobel Peace Prize. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize, and then he used the U.S. military to attack 8 countries around the world, all Muslim countries, by the way. Now, this morning, let's go to that Ignatius soundbite. David Ignatius is a propagandist for the Democrat Party at the Washington Post, has been a long time, and he is used by the intelligence community to launder their propaganda on their messages and their self-promoting message. David Ignatius has been a tool of the intelligence community, as they call it, in Washington for a long, long time. And he was on this morning with Morning Joke on MS-13 DNC. And it may be the last time he's ever on the show, because this morning he actually he committed a terrible faux pas. He gave Trump credit for Middle East peace.
The deal that President Trump is announcing played a key part in negotiating. It is a significant change. This war was blocked for 2 years. President Biden, who preceded him, was unable to find a way to stop it.
What?
President Trump found that way by being tough on both sides. And he'll take a victory lap for sure over the next few days. But it's deserved. There's no way that I can see that this would have been done without Trump's pressure in the final hours.
The headline is, Joe Scarborough slack-jawed when their own guest, David Ignatius, gave enormous credit to Donald Trump for Middle East peace. But never mind that. And again, the New York Post, Gazans join Israelis in chanting Trump's name over ceasefire. Nobel Prize to Trump. Jubilant locals in both Gaza and Israel took to the streets early Thursday to celebrate President Trump for his role in the historic ceasefire deal, with many calling for him to get the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nobel Prize to Trump! Nobel Prize to Trump! Nobel Prize.
This is in Israel, Tel Aviv, I believe, and
Nobel Prize to Trump! Nobel Prize.
now the Nobel people are going to be disinclined, as they have been in the past quite consistently. Footage from both the streets of Tel Aviv and war-torn Gaza showed crowds of revelers celebrating what they hope will be the end of the 2-year war, as they hailed President Donald Trump for helping secure the deal. Donald Trump. Residents in Gaza could be heard cheering and chanting. You know, those, I don't want to call them poor SOBs, but they've been on the, on the receiving end for quite some time, because their horrible leadership that they elected in a free election that was provided by Israel, and they voted in a terrorist organization called Hamas, and they've been suffering mightily because of their own horrible leadership, and I bet they want the war to stop. That's a good idea. Hey, why didn't I think of that? This war should stop. Trump's plan calls for an immediate ceasefire and exchange of all 48 hostages. And in exchange, they get hundreds and hundreds, I think thousands of convicted terrorists who were sentenced to prison after being put to trial with juries, and they were sentenced to prison. So we want all our criminals back. They're like Democrats in that way. So the exchange portion of the deal would see hostages, 48 of them, many of them already dead, swapped for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, many of whom are serving life sentences in Israeli prisons for being murderers and terrorists. Humanitarian aid would also be allowed to flood in during the ceasefire. Aid has been flowing in the whole time, and for the most part, the troglodytes have been stealing it for themselves and selling it to other people too. Hamas confirmed the terms of the agreement, praising the efforts of U.S. President Donald Trump for helping secure the deal, along with mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. Turkey has been a big player. They're not good guys. Egypt built the wall higher between the south end of Gaza and Egypt, just on the other side of the wall. And when this war started, they're like, oh, no, we don't want those people coming into Egypt. So they built a giant wall to keep them out. They already had a wall there, but they actually made the wall higher and more difficult to get by, because they don't want these so-called Palestinians coming into Egypt. And the talks going on now, Sharm el-Sheikh, a very expensive, exclusive resort on the southern end of the Sinai Peninsula. Isn't that amazing? So the chants from Israel and Gaza are among the latest calls for Trump to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, the recipient of which will be announced on Friday. That's tomorrow. I almost look forward to the Nobel Committee, picking the head of Hamas or something. I don't think that they will pick Trump, but the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. That is tomorrow, where I live. Trump and his allies have made it clear that the president wants to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, an award he has coveted since his first nomination in 2018, first time he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Among those touting the president's nomination was his son, Eric Trump, who took to X to praise his father and called on the public to show their support. Retweet if you believe Donald Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, Eric Trump wrote on X, a message viewed by more than 1.5 million people, or 1.5 million times. by early Thursday, that is today, with more than 19,000 retweets. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick joined in the praise, echoing, undoubtedly, President Trump should receive the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, will he? This will be the 8th war around the world that he has been a major factor in bringing to a screeching halt. And Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize before he became president of the United States. He got it for nothing. He got it for having dark skin and being elected president, or being the Democrat Party's nominee. Isn't that amazing? They are truly something. The White House also touted Trump having ended 7 conflicts so far, including between Israel and Iran, Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Armenia and Azerbaijan, Thailand and Cambodia, India and Pakistan, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Serbia versus Kosovo. President playing a key role in bringing peace in all of those situations. The Democrats will yell at you and smirk and firebomb synagogue when they hear this, because they're not on the side of America or Donald Trump or civilization, for that matter, at this point. All right, now, with that said, so much still to get to. Let's go to the government shutdown, because the government shutdown, the Democrats shut down the government, Chuck Schumer, and then the news media has spent, how long now, a couple of weeks lying to us about it. Oh, it's the Republicans' fault. It's the Republicans' fault. The Democrats are holding a gun to America's head, and they've got a shakedown, an extortion scheme. The Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, is leading the charge from the lizard perspective. He's one of the, leading lizard people on Earth. And if there are lizard people on Earth, he's definitely one of the leaders. But what did Chuck Schumer say? It's in a print article that Chuck Schumer is bragging, this is so great, we love the government shutdown, we're getting everything we want. Everything he says is a lie. He's such a lizard. But here is the Speaker of the House, a Republican, Mike Johnson, quoting Schumer with his Weasley language.
And I just want to tell you one of the most outrageous things I've seen since I've been following politics in the mid-'80s when I was a kid in the Reagan era. Chuck Schumer did an interview last night and bragged. This is what he said, quote, he had the audacity to say, quote, every day of this shutdown gets better for us, his party. I don't even know how to comment on that. It's so stunning to me.
The headline from Punchbowl, Why Schumer Thinks Dems Have Momentum. And from Forbes magazine, Schumer says every day gets better for Democrats amid the shutdown. It's extortion, it's gangsterism, it's typically criminal conduct by the Democrat Party's leadership. Democrats are showing no signs of letting up on their health care demands in exchange for their votes to reopen the government, and believe Americans will increasingly blame Republicans, thanks to a corrupt news media, for the shutdown, according to multiple reports indicating the government could be closed for weeks. Now, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Democrat, New York, said he believes that holding the line benefits Democrats' image and hurts Republicans the more they threaten permanent workforce and funding cuts, telling Punchbowl in an interview published Thursday, every day gets better for us, adding, every time they try something, it doesn't quite work. Then the threat of shutting things. Now, this is truly amazing stuff. And our news media is so profoundly corrupt in so many ways. But there's one story today that was looking to tell the truth, and it was the people at The Hill, which is a newspaper, and it's I think a reliably Democrat Party newspaper, and their headline today is actually the truth, and that is Democrats vote for a 6th time to keep the government shut down. Yesterday, the Democrats once again voted to keep the government shut down, and they're happy about that. That's shutdown enters 2nd week as Democrats block funding bill for 6th time. And Al Weaver at The Hill covering the Senate. Shutdown enters 2nd week as Democrats block funding bill for 6th time. And that's exactly what's happening. As the Democrats are voting to keep the government shut down, and then the news media says, oh, the Republicans aren't giving in to the Democrats and giving them $1.5 trillion to bail out Obamacare and to fund health care at our expense for illegal alien gang members that are raping and marauding and everything else. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, came out this morning to talk about this.
How callous he can be to play political games and use American citizens as the pawns in a political game. We're in day 9. The consequences of this Democrat shutdown are very real, and he can mock it and he can pretend like it gets better for him. It doesn't. It doesn't get better for the country.
It gets better for the Democrats. They don't care about the country. They're selfish, self-interested, left-wing extremists. They're radicals. Their people are rioting and burning and attacking the police. And the Democrats in Chicago are not sending police to back up federal law enforcement under attack by Democrat mobs. And honestly, as Mike Johnson said, Chuck Schumer's callous play, his games, doesn't care about the citizens of the United States, using all of the citizens of the United States as pawns, which naturally reminded us of Mongo.
Mongo only pawn in game of life.
The Schumer and the Democrats making all Americans into Mongo because they're incredibly selfish. The Senate Majority Leader, Senator John Thune, this morning talking about what Schumer said about how every day gets better for the Democrats.
We'll see if Democrats once again bow to the demands of their far left base, which is telling them to hold out, or their strategists who tell them that they're, quote, winning the shutdown. Well, based on the reporting this morning, Democrats couldn't care less whether military families miss a paycheck tomorrow. In an interview posted this morning, the Democrat leader said, every day gets better for us.
Now, let's see if all the networks lead with that tonight. And the lead of the Washington Post and the New York Times, that's where it becomes good to be a Democrat, because they cover it up for you. They say, oh, that'll make Schumer look bad. That'll make the Democrats look bad. We will just exclude that. That won't be part of our reporting. That's where we come in on talk radio and Newsmax and a couple of other places. Yesterday, Democrat Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, also known as Sheldon Whiteman and Sheldon Whites Only, because he belongs to this Whites Only yacht club in Rhode Island that his wife pays for. And so he says, I'm not even a member. He rides his wife's coattails because she has all the money. And he's the biggest stuffed shirt since, 1930s movies on Washington. Sheldon Whitehouse.
Senator, while we have you, of course, where government shutdown is now more than a week on, what is your faith right now in the leadership of Senator Schumer, the minority leader of your party, to navigate this?
I think Democrats, it's so far so good.
Hey, so far so good. Doesn't get much better than this. Yeah, they're winning. It's a propaganda war. And when you own 98% of the news media and the popular media, they're doing it on late night TV. They're doing it on, what are supposed to be comedy shows, the Democrat Party's propaganda. Oh, isn't this great? The Republicans shouldn't shut down. It's an extortion racket. Schumer should be arrested under the RICO statutes for racketeering. The shakedown is over $1 trillion this time. They're bailing out Obamacare. The Washington Post said, turns out the Affordable Care Act wasn't affordable after all. Never was. It's always been a scam, a gangster racket. And next, the Democrat that burned Pacific Palisades in California. You'll never guess. You'll never guess.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Meet Gabriella. National University supports all her ANs. With personalized attention, she can be a student and the family ringleader and a teacher. She's an ANDer. Explore National University's accredited online and hybrid courses and associate to doctorate degrees. National University, supporting all your ANs. Learn more at nu.edu.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted, its door slammed 13,920 times, and its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. I want payroll too.
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/small business to sign up for free.
Keeping your pet healthy can feel like a lot sometimes, but PetSmart makes it super simple. They've got food tailored to your pet's needs, supplements so you can stay ahead of any issues, and even prescriptions that show up right at your door. And here's the hack. Set it all up on auto ship. It just arrives when you need it. Plus, you save 35% on your first PetSmart auto ship order and 5% on the ones after that. You can stay on top of your pet's healthy routine without stressing. Order what they need and set up auto ship at PetSmart.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/day to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/day for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/day for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/day. See representative for warranty details.
Going to the gym can be discouraging, especially if you're putting in the work but barely seeing changes. But with Tonal, you can actually see your progress with every workout. Tonal provides the convenience of a full gym and the expertise of a personal trainer anytime at home with one sleek system. Designed to reduce your mental load, Tonal is the ultimate strength training system, helping you focus less on workout planning and more on getting results. No more second guessing your technique. Tonal gives you real-time coaching cues to dial in your form and help you lift safely and effectively. After a quick assessment, Tonal sets the optimal weight for every move and adjusts in 1 pound increments as you get stronger, so you're always challenged. Tonal lets you choose from a variety of expert-led workouts, from strength to aero hit to yoga and mobility, to keep you coming back for more. For a limited time, go to tonal.com to get $500 off site-wide. That's tonal.com for $500 off site-wide. Tonal.com.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE to get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping. Again, go to eatiqbar.com and enter code TASTE.
WMAL, making sense of the forecast, because you never know what Mother Nature has in store. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, so a guy was arrested in Florida for setting the fire in Pacific Palisades that destroyed billions and thousands of houses and killed a significant number of people. They say he's facing 20 years in prison for killing 12 people and costing about 7,000 homes, $150 billion. I think you should get 5 years for each of the 7,000 homes and 50 years for each of the 12 people. But you may recall that the Democrats, everything is politics for them. They attributed the fire perpetrated by an arsonist who gave money to Act Blue, the Biden-backing left-wing fundraising organization. And the Democrats, one after another, they blamed climate change.
I think we all understand in our city that due to climate change, we're going to continue to see very unusual weather events.
Yeah, and your brain is fried by the sun. L.A. Democrat Mayor Karen Bass, former member of the House, Senator now, Adam Schiffless.
If we don't attack this bigger problem of climate change, who knows how long this fire season is going to go in the future.
They had no water in the reservoirs, no water coming out of the fire hydrants.
Natural disasters caused by our changing climate is real, so we have to look at policy issues to try to mitigate and prevent in the long term.
Yeah, the Democrats are more responsible than the great ball of fire in the sky, the governor in the sky, the governor, Gavin Newsom.
It breaks your heart. I mean, this is an issue, and by the way, persists in California because of the acuity of the new realities. Hot's getting hotter, dry's getting drier, wet's getting wetter, these atmospheric rivers, all the flooding that we've experienced.
Wivers, they got Wivers. The acting U.S. Attorney Bill Assia.
Today, we are announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht for igniting a fire that ultimately burned down the Palisades earlier this year, killing 12 people, destroying more than 6,800 structures.
About 7,000 homes, $150 billion in damage. And he's a Democrat Party donor. He was raised partly in France. He is, we'll find out later that he's transgender too, but so far he appears to just be male Democrat.
We are one nation under God, indivisible, together.
Yeah, they played a national anthem at noon. All right, CB, fun's over. I'm going to come back later. They're too chicken shit to come here. Bud can't come in as himself. They got to fucking come in with their bullshit. So I timed them out. I'm not sure if I banned anybody or not. Let me look. Yeah, Doug, Kittleson, and Charlie are on my ban list. So I'll be back later.